Hello, welcome everyone. I know we're all trickling in on this, depending on where you are in New York State, possibly a very snowy or icy day. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome, seeing people trickle in. We are scheduled to begin at 10 o'clock. We're going to try to stick to that 10 o'clock start time, but I know people are trickling in. So I would say it's 9:58. You need some water or some coffee, an extra pillow, get comfortable. We'll begin shortly, but thank you in advance for being here with us today. Again, welcome everyone. I can see folks are still coming in, so welcome. I know people are just getting their last few moments of coffee, maybe waking up, getting people on the bus. Welcome everyone. So while people are trickling in, I'm just going to say there's my name is Jessica. I'm also working with a team member. His name is DJ Gilmore. You can definitely find him in the chat. We will kind of be in the background today doing some tech support, moderating the chat as well. But if you do need any tech support, please let myself or DJ know, and we will do our best to provide assistance however we can. And we'll be beginning shortly. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for everything.
So again, I see people are coming in. Good morning. There's some activity in the chat. Good morning, Barbara. Thank you for checking in. I know that today's weather, depending on where you are in New York State, might be a little snowy and icy. So
Yeah.
everyone for being here. We are going to get started shortly. We want to make sure that we stay on time. Good morning. Very icy. Yes, I think I don't want to speak for the group, but I am ready for a little sunshine and vitamin D and spring and summer coming our way. But we're going to get started shortly. I'll give us till 10:02 as people trickle in, but we will be getting started shortly. Good morning. Ready to see the crocus? Yes, Barbara. Yeah, ready for some flowers and some sunshine. So thank you all in advance for being here. And in case anyone missed it, my name is Jessica. I am partnered with DJ Gilmore today. We'll be in the background providing some tech support. Please feel free to reach out to us if we can be of any assistance during the presentation. Okay, it is 10:02, so I would like to get started. I know it is a busy day, it's a busy life for everyone. As a reminder, this is being recorded, so if you miss any part of it, you will be able to reference it, but we are going to get started. My name is Jessica Tangway, and I am the Associate Director of Prevention Programs at Prevent Child Abuse New York. And I am here kind of welcoming you all on behalf of the New York State Parenting Education Partnership, called NICEPEP for short, in today's training. We're very thankful to have our partners at the McLean Group today to facilitate this training. So welcome everyone. I just wanted to provide an overview of what NICEPEP is for maybe some people who are new to the work. New York State Parenting Education Partnership is a public and private partnership across the state. Its aim is to nurture families through quality parenting education across the state. We do these through various organizational projects that include speaker series like Strong Roots, training days like today. We also have a parenting education credential, and there's various community coalitions that we also work with. So there's lots of wonderful projects. If you're new to hearing about NICEPEP, I just wanted to let you know that membership for NICEPEP is free. If you'd like to know more about becoming a credentialed parenting educator, there's an email address on the screen in front of you. You can also sign up for our newsletter, and you can find us on Facebook. So thank you to our partners at NICEPEP for having this wonderful training day and for all the efforts that they do for parenting education across the state. We are very appreciative of that. And I'd like to welcome today our facilitators. We are very thankful to have with us Kathleen McLean and Chrissy Smith, and they are from the McLean Group. Kathleen McLean is the president and CEO of the McLean Group. Kathleen lives here in the Capital Region. She is an educator at the following higher ed locations: the College of St. Rose, Hudson Valley Community College, Schenectady Community College, Russell Sage, and many, many more across the state. Kathleen is involved in several initiatives across the state to uplift families and to provide support and empowerment. She serves as a mentor for people across the state. She's received her master's degree in social work from the State University of Albany, and also her master's in business administration. We're very thankful for having her here with us today. And she is partnered with Chrissy Smith. Chrissy Smith is also going to be talking a little bit with us. And she is a consultant at the McLean Group, and she's certified in positive psychology. She's a coach, a facilitator, and a trainer. She's a foster mom, and she volunteers at Planned Parenthood and the South End Children's Cafe. So thank you both for being here, and they're going to do a much better introduction of themselves later, but thank you, thank you. And before I hand it off, we're very thankful for all of you for being here and taking part in today's training. So thank you as well for being here. I'd also like to thank the funders of NICEPEP. All of our initiatives and trainings like this is thankful. We're very thankful from the Office of Mental Health, as well as the New York State Office of Children and Family Services. And today, our funding is from the Council of Children and Family Service, or the Council of, Children and Families. So thank you very much to the Council for helping with today's training. And I am going to stop sharing my screen and hand it off to what we are actually here for, and to hear from the Kathleen and Chrissy. But thank you all.
Grand Rising, everyone. It is such a pleasure to be here with all of you beautiful humans. And I'm glad your homes or offices safely participating in this session. It will be interactive. We will do our best to make it. We know it is a long day. We have several breaks throughout, and you are all adult, beautiful humans. Feel free when you need to leave, and we just want you to come back, please. And so it is totally an honor to be here. Thank you so much, Jessica and DJ, for all that you've done. And we really look forward to imparting what we know, all our years and years of experience in child welfare and everything related to humanity. And I'll have Chrissy share her intro.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you again to Jessica and DJ, and thank you to you, Kathleen, for inviting me to be here with you today. We have so much to share with you, and we're so grateful that you've taken the time to be with us. And we look forward to the really excellent discussions that we'll have as we continue. Thank you.
And I'll get started. My passion for this work really began many, many years ago. I will say my parents are immigrants from Haiti. And when my mother, we were in Haiti when I was probably 12 or 13 years old. And I recall vividly when I was in Haiti. We stayed with a very wealthy family. We had a beautiful time, my sister and myself. One day, when we were heading home, Mr. Metelis, who was our caregiver, him and his wife, they did not have children and they wanted to have us. They just wanted that experience. So we stayed with them for the whole summer. But on our way home from dinner, we stopped by a dusty floor. There was a ground. There was by a church. And I will never forget this. I was 12 or 13, and there was a woman who was bare-breasted. And she had a child in one hand, and in the other hand, she had her hand out for money. And her image is what brought me to social work, and specifically to working with children and families, because it just stuck with me. When I came back home to my mother, I said, Mommy, I am going to be a social worker and I'm going to change the world. So everything I do, everything I say, everywhere I show up in my life, that woman and that baby are my guiding light. And later on in life, I became a foster parent and an adoptive parent. And it's because of that little boy that I saw. He just struck a chord with me. And so this is the place that I come from. That is my passion that I have for this work. It is not a job, it is a calling. So as we think about today, please have paper and pen with you. There is something very scientific, actually, and magical when you put pen to paper. I know people like to take notes on laptops and whatever your preference is, but there's just something about that, your heart, your mind, the paper, the pen, just invoking all of your senses as you write, as you think, as you take notes. So I encourage you to do that. So we'll move on to our next slide. And as we move on to our next slide, we're going to be connecting with our breath. I think it is so important in this world that we're living in. Let's face it, people, there is just constant bad news every single day. Some of it we've become desensitized to in so many areas. I think we need to take more time to connect with ourselves and be appreciative of where we are today. And so happy to meet all of you. So I'm going to ask us to take a moment. I invite all of us to close our eyes and center our hearts and minds. Focus on our breath. We're going to do 3 breaths together, and for our final breath, collective and community, we are going to set our intention for these next 4 hours. It could be, learn more, be at peace, have courage. Whatever that intention is for you, this is your intention for you. So let us start by taking a deep breath in. That was our first breath. And let us take in our second breath. And reminding us for our third breath, we're going to keep our eyes closed for 10 seconds and share what is your intention for the rest of this time. What's the intention word that comes in your spirit? Try not to police it, but just whatever comes in your spirit, that will be your word. Allow it to flow out of you. Let us take our breath in community, and we will keep our eyes closed for 10 seconds. Let us breathe in. I invite us all to open our eyes. Thank you so much, everyone. Please feel free to go in the chat if you desire to share your intention word for this session and just say, get in the chat or even out loud, say good morning to your fellow peers in child welfare. All right, good morning. My intention for this session is to be vulnerable. And I'll be very honest, I did not even like that word. I was like, I don't like that word, but I just told everyone to be free and be free. So as that word came up, I was like, I want another word, but I thought, you know what? That's the word that came in your spirit. And that's the word you're going to go with, Kathleen. So being vulnerable. All right, so get in the chat, say good morning. Renew my passion to help others. Okay. Learn. Accountable. Help parent educators. Learn. Open listening, learning, awakening. Learn and connect, compassion. Continue our work on helping children gain new insights. Self-responsibility, grow and connect. Actionable, support families. Unlearn. Learn and grow, intentional lifelong learner. Thank you so much. Educate. Listen with my heart, allow humanity to dance. I love that quote. Anything to dance, I love to dance. Connect. Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and share, learn and be open. What our workshop description for today is how we're going to be framing our time together. We're going to be talking about a lot of things. We're going to be looking at the history of child welfare system. We're going to look at racial inequity in the child welfare system. How did we got here? What we need to do about it. We'll look at tools and strategies so we can challenge the status quo and increase racial equity in these systems. And after we participate, some of our learning objectives for today is to really look at, recall, and discuss the history of child welfare system. We know in one session you may not be able to do that, though you will have the recording, correct, Jessica, and that people will be able to listen to it and recall. And Chrissy found so many great tools and resources for all of us to learn. How was it created? We're going to discuss the racial discrimination child welfare system and how can we disrupt the inequitable conditions under which the system is continuing to function. As we think about our guiding agreements, what is it we want to do? And many of you have said you want to learn, you want to unlearn, and I love it, unlearn, yes. And honestly, we have all been indoctrinated. I like it. What Jane Elliott said, if you don't know who she is, I need you to Google her. She's probably 85 years old, and she's the one who did the blue eye, brown eye study when Dr. Martin Luther King died. At the time, she was probably in her 40s or actually 30s as an educator. And she did this experiment. And one of the things she has clearly stated throughout is we have all been indoctrinated. She is a white anti-racist woman. She's still alive doing the work. I implore and encourage you to look her up. For today, let us try really to be fully present. We do understand for many of us in the capital region, our children are off. I know that some of you may have beautiful human people around you. We understand that sometimes you may not be able to be fully present because your child needs to eat, and that is okay. Just come back and re-engage with us when you can. Be self-responsible for your change. I know that we need to look at within our own selves. What can we all do better is listen, listen, listen. So let us really listen with an open heart. Many of you have shared that. Experiment with new behaviors. You'll learn some tools that you can incorporate. Honestly, the tools, you're probably already doing them. I think that it's always good to be reminded of the tools. Being Crips and saying what is core, you're going to be breaking up into groups with people that you may know, some of them you may not know, and be open and, have those courageous conversations. While you're having them, be soft on the people in your room and hard on barriers to understanding. Honestly, I think most people in the world want the right thing to happen for everybody. Honoring confidentiality, what does that really mean? It means that when you leave your Zoom room, or if you have familiarity with the individual, if they share something with you, they may not want to continue sharing it. This has happened in many sessions I've had where people say to me, Kathleen, I actually shared some really intense information about myself or something that happened to me when I was young with regards to being LGBTQIA plus, or my race or my gender. Then people came after and said, hey, can I learn more about that? I want to know more about that. So we're asking that people don't ask for more information about that if you see them in a separate setting, a networking event or work. So as we continue our conversation, it's so important. That's where my social worker comes in. I'm always checking in on the entire world. And so as we check in today on a scale from 1 to 10, you can go in the room and in the Zoom chat and just tell us, how are you doing spiritually, socially, emotionally, psychologically, mentally? I believe that we all need as human beings to check in more on each other with the state of what's been happening in our world. We really do need to check on each other. We're all being literally attacked by all the violence around us, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How are you doing? So go ahead and tell us in the chat. You're at 8. I'm so happy. How are you doing? 6, 5, 8, and we want to send love, to people who are below 5. We're just sending you love and hope whatever that you're experiencing. 10, 6, 7, 8, 10, 8, very blessed, wonderful. 8. Okay, I definitely feel like a 10 today. I'm healthy. My 4 kids are healthy. My husband's healthy, and I'm thankful to be here. I'm feeling a 10 today. How about you, Chrissy and Jessica, DJ? How are you feeling?
I put in that I was a 7 only because of with snow days and chaos, and I have 2 little ones at home, a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old, and my partner is also a working partner. It was a little bit of a chaotic morning, but I feel my 7 elevating.
Awesome, wonderful. Jessica, how about you, Chrissy? And I saw DJ put in a 7, I think.
Yeah, I'm feeling like a 9, and just like Jessica, I feel it elevating. My energy is growing, just seeing everyone interacting in the chat and knowing that we'll have more time to talk with others and all of that. So this is definitely bringing my number higher.
Wonderful. Okay. And Nikita, we're sending you a lot of love. We don't know what's going on with you, but we are sending you love and prayers, and whatever is happening, we hope that it will pivot for you, and if it's not in your control, we send love and prayers for that too. Thank you for sharing. And all of those that I may have missed that have a lower number, just let you know you're in our hearts. You're in my heart. As we think about changing the world, we really want to change ourselves first. It's so easy to point the finger at other people, and I know that we all do it. I do it, right? Debashish Murada said, if you want to change the world, first change yourself. And this is from Goodreads. If you want to change the world, first change yourself. So we're going to jump right in, and we're going to be talking about, excuse me. Thank you. Just something got caught in my throat. Let me have a little drink. Well, we think about social identity and location, and one of the things I really want you to do as we go through this session and training and keynote, all the things that we name it, is take it personal. This is take it very personally. Take this work personally. This is about you. And we think about social identity, it is about you. It's about understanding you. It's understanding how you navigate the world, but not only how you navigate the world, how does the world perceive you? It is physical, it is social, it is mental, and so it is nuanced in its complexity. It's nothing that anyone can deny you, but at the same time, there's some historical and contemporary relationships and power of privilege between groups based on what your social identity is. So it is definitely a very personal look. So as we look on the next slide, we're going to be looking look at these questions. And one of the things that I want to recommend and suggest you may want to do is take pictures of the slides. So for example, take a picture of this slide. And because we're going to go to the next slide, and I know, Chrissy, you can, toggle back and forth with it. But if you take a moment and take a picture of this slide, because when we go to the next slide, we will be looking at some of the questions on this slide for the next slide. So give you about 10 seconds to do that. All right. And we can always go back and put it in a chat and say, hey, I want to see it again. No problem. We're patient. We are kind and we are sensitive. So as we look at this slide, and this is the social identity wheel. And so what we're doing is right now, we're going to be looking at self-identification. And so Christy has zoomed in. We're going to look at race. So when I think about I identify as a Black African-American / Afro-Caribbean woman. As I mentioned to you before, my parents were born and raised in Haiti. Then we look at ethnicity, heritage, and culture. My ethnicity is Haitian. And there are specific things in terms of culture. There are certain foods that we eat. I also speak another language. And so in Haiti, the language is Haitian Creole. Now, how did we end up with Haitian Creole? Just to give you a little history, is when the French enslaved the Haitian people, we, the Haitian people, created another language so that they would not understand us, so we can get freed. The first Black republic to be free in the world is Haiti. And what we did, so for example, if you say sac passe means how's it going? How things passing for you. Now, if you, in French, that's comment ça va. So we created another language in order to be freed. I think the history of Haiti is fascinating. You may want to learn more about it. When we look at the core internal dimension, we look at class and economic background, socioeconomic class. When we go into the study more, we will see that people say, but class and race, how are they connected? But they are conflated. And we will see that in policies related and connected to child welfare. Gender and gender expression. Chrissy is going to be talking a lot about that upcoming in terms of how people identify their sexual identity, LGBTQIA+. Chrissy will be going more into that. We have romantic and sexual orientation. We have age. Been hearing a lot more conversation in talking to people about age discrimination. Think about it, children. right? We're talking about children. Aren't they the most discriminated against when it comes to age? People always seem, there's sayings that I grew up hearing, children should be seen and not heard. And how does that affect their impact, their ability to give voice to something that may be happening to them? Then we look at faith, values, and ideology, right? We know that, and Christy will be talking about that more, that there's some faiths that are seen as the only faith, and everyone else is going to hell, right? Christian faith tends to share that ideology. Well, if you don't believe in Jesus, you're going to hell. That's what the Christian faith says. So there is levels of superiority in what people think is important. Physical and developmental disability, I think for myself, as I think about going, with wheelchairs and going places, I constantly, with some people in my family who are disabled, or I'm like, wow, how would this individual ever get into this door? So Chris, if you could turn it around for me over here. Yes, that in there, if you could just turn that around. Make that a little bit larger. So yeah, mental, and I think that's the mental. Thank you so much.
Sorry about that. My unmute doesn't want to appear every time I'm looking for it. I don't think I have the ability to rotate the image, but this one is
okay,
mental.
that's fine. Can you just share what that one was for me?
Sure. This is mental and emotional disability.
Right. And so when we, thank you, mental and emotional disability, we are having a pandemic of mental health in our country right now in so many ways, with our youth. And as you think about in this activity, one of the things people always share with me, Kathleen, is the invisible identity that they have in regards to that. Then we have language use, first language, people with accents who share with me how they're discriminated against and what they do. Some of the people have shared with me, Kathleen, I've been trying to get rid of my accent. Birthplace.
And nationality.
And nationality.
Mm-hmm.
And so these are some of the things that we're going to be looking at in terms of for yourself, right? For yourself. And hopefully you got a chance to take a photo. And then we have on our outside of the ring, we have some other ones where we have geographic location,
literacy and educational background.
Literacy and educational background.
Marital relationship status.
Yes.
And then caretaker and parental status. And physical appearance and body type. Housing status. And citizenship and immigration status. So these are all of the secondary external dimensions that impact us in addition to those core internal dimensions.
Yes, thank you so much, Chrissy. And so as we talked about it before, this is personal. I want you to look at it in a very personal way. So as we think about that, let's move on to our next slide. Why, and so some of the questions, why consider our social identities? The reason we took time today to think about our social identity is because the way we interact in the world is affected by what we look like and how people treat us. I have a friend who is of a person of size. And she says to me, Kathleen, whenever I get on a plane, people give me a dirty look, and I could tell people don't want me to sit next to them. She said I could feel it. And so she goes through the world as a plus size person who is a, size 28. And she says she even knows that there are times she hasn't been selected for an opportunity because of her size. So I would like us to really think about this, and we're going to take about responses from 5 to 7 people. We're going to give you some time to reflect on your social identities, right? So we take about 4 minutes, and the questions we're going to look at, what identities, we'll go, so Chrissy went back to the wheel, and hopefully you got a chance to take a photo. What identities are you most aware of or think about most often? Which of your own identities would you like to learn more about? How do your identities give or take away power and privilege in society? And how do your identities influence your sense of belonging at work, homeschool, or in the communities that you're a part of? So we're going to take about 4 minutes, and you don't need to look at all the questions, but the ones that you want to look at. And then take about 4 minutes. So now it's 10:34, so 10:38, and Chrissy will have some music playing for us. And when we come back, we will be able to hear from about 5 to 7 people. All righty. Is that clear for everybody? Does anyone have any questions? If you could put in the chat, or you can just say it out loud. All right, thank you. Now, Chrissy, if you could play some of that beautiful music you had. Thank you. Okay, beautiful humans. Thank you so much for taking the time to journal this activity. We would love to hear from you. Who would like to share what question they reflected on as they consider their social identity? Raise your hand, or you can put it in the chat, whatever makes it more comfortable for you. Okay, African-American woman, liberal minister's wife, servant of my community. Humble and deliberate, intentional, my efforts to be the change, give a voice for those who do not have one. Thank you, KG. Others would love to hear from you audibly also.
I'll share. I have bilateral hearing loss. So in both ears, I am profoundly hard of hearing. I wear hearing aids. And for a long time, it was very hard for me to ask for help or to ask for assistance. But also thinking about the privilege of it, I am very privileged that my partner's medical insurance is very good because I was able to get hearing aids at a very low cost. And I know when I've met other people who are hard of hearing, many people have to go without hearing aids because of they don't have the same insurance. So it was a privilege, even though I have this disability of hearing loss.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Jessica. Thank you. Mhm. Okay. I know there are 2 new messages.
I will go next. Greetings, folks. My name is Tommy Miller. And what comes to my mind as a social justice artist, in the spirit of collaboration, when I speak truth, from my opinion, that we are gatekeepers, sustaining systemic racism, I pay a price for that.
Thank you so much, Tony. I missed the first part. You said you were an artist, Tony?
Social justice artist.
Social justice.
I promote racial harmony throughout the country. That being said, however, I have to speak truth from my perspective, out of respect. In regards to equity, inclusion, diversity, beautiful language, but the revolution starts within each of us, as we know. So when I remind folks of that, there's a price to be paid for that. But I can live with the price because it's my calling.
There's a price to be paid for that. It's your calling. Thank you so much, Tony. We definitely need you. Thank you for the work that you do in promoting racial harmony. We absolutely need it more than ever today. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ubuntu, back at you, sister.
Yeah.
For folks that don't know real quick, Ubuntu, UBUNTU, stands for I am because we are.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm just reading some more of these. Let's see here. Alicia, I most identify with my status as a woman and queer person. I am young for a person in management, and I am often the youngest person, only queer person in workspaces, queer person in the room in workspaces. I am often expected to be the go-to person and educator for all things LGBTQ+. Thank you, Alicia, for sharing that, and I'm sure that must be very annoying to have to do that. Thank you for sharing that. Julika, if I said your name incorrectly, please correct me. Our social identities give us social capital to given the world structure we live in. And then we have Carla. This is an anti-racism event. In order to understand how white supremacy works, I think it's important to understand how it plays out in the context of the community. I'm saying understanding how it plays in my life will give you understanding of how to dismantle or piece my experience into the context of improving the Black experience. Thank you so much, Carla. Monica, so that we can be profound of our culture and values. Thank you everyone for sharing. Very much appreciate that. And we will be talking about white supremacy. We have a whole section where we're going to talk about the global dominant structures. So we will be getting into that deeply. Intersectionality is, and I believe that was Kalanda and others who talked about that, where you actually shared many of your identities. And so Kalanda, you talked about being African-American, being a woman, being liberal, being a minister's, let me see if I can see that message. Being a minister's wife, servant of your community, humble and deliberate. So that's intersectionality is all the ways that we show up. Then we have ND, who states, I identify as a Black heterosexual female in my midlife stage. I am spiritual. I speak English, Spanglish, and Ebonics. I am working in the same community that I live in, trying to help my community, give my community the tools they need to navigate the social service world and help them find the resource to improve their lives. Right. And thank you, Chrissy, for your comment about Alicia. We want to be mindful of the expectations we place on others with regard to their personal identities. We shouldn't expect any one person to be the voice for a group. And so intersectionality is how all of these, our identities, intersect into the theory of intersectionality. Okay. And so our next slide, we're going to be taking, our next portion of the training is where it's 10:47. Please come back at 10:57. And we're going to be looking at the history of the child welfare system. Okay, so we'll see you soon. 10 minutes, beautiful humans. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming back. Hopefully you got to get a cup of water. All right, I want to read this. Carla, the most I want to piece together in this context is my disability, then my faith, then my sexuality. Okay. Sonia identifies as a Jewish woman who was born and raised in Latin America by German Jews who fled the Holocaust. I identify as both Jewish and Latina. I identify as a mother, Gigi, in-home childcare provider, advocate, champion, integral part of my community, supporting all children and families. Being the president of CSEA Voice allows me to advocate on the state and federal level with like-minded professionals. Thank you all. All righty. Thank you so much, Chrissy. All right, everyone, just a thumbs up or something. Let me know you're back. A thumbs up on your chat. If you want to just do a thumbs up or even a thumbs up on your screen. All right, I see you over there, Liz. All right. Oh, I love it how it does it now. Zoom keeps really doing better. All right, Rhonda, I see you, Kamisha, Casey. All right, thank you. We're going to talk a bit about the history, thank you, Donna, of the child welfare system. And so as Chrissy is sharing the screen from our break, we're going to move on to our next slide. And we are going to talk about we're going to talk about 3 areas of the history of child protection in America. And one of the first ones we're going to be looking at is really before organized child protection, before the state got involved, before the government got involved. It was really more of a private thing that happened. And so one of the stories I want to share is about a young girl named Mary Ellen Wilson. She was only 9 years old, and she lived with her guardians in New York City. And Etta Wheeler, who was a religious woman, wanted to help her out, to rescue her because she was being beaten by her family. And she lived in what they call Hell's Kitchen, one of the worst tenements in New York City. Now, Etta Wheeler went out to get help from people. She went to the police. The police declined to investigate. Then at the time, we're talking about those 3 errors. We're talking about 1874. There was no CPS. So what did she do? She went to the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. Henry Berg was an influential person at the time, helped her, and she was able to get Mary Ellen, the 9-year-old girl, removed from her guardians, thankfully. And so when we think about that, Henry Berg, he was an animal protection advocate. And later on in 1875, what was born, before we know what child welfare is today, was the New York State Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children. So we have that. Then we move forward. As I had mentioned, until the early 20th century, provisions for needy children were primarily local and private. And what would happen is children would be given now, as many, at least one living parent, almost always a mother. If they were unable to provide to their child, sometimes someone would take them in. And older children would be indentured to work for other families. This was some kind of apprenticeship in the 17th and 18th century. And children were used in that way. Now, I have to say, I would think that children probably were not well taken care of in that space. I want to pivot to something called reste avec. So you understand the globalness of how children are treated, right? So reste avec mean to live with. in Haiti, what would happen is a family who was wealthier. So it sounds very similar to what was happening in the 17th, 18th century here, right? They called it indentured. Here, similar. What they would do is a wealthier family, maybe not even that much wealthier, but had a little bit more. Family A had a little bit more than family B. They would take in a Haitian child. And they would say, you know what, I'm going to take good care of your child and I'll provide, they will be able to go to school. But what really happened is that's not what happened. These children were treated badly. Physical, emotional, sexually abused. And they would work from 8, 7, 6, early in the morning to late at night. And they were not given the opportunity to go to school as it was promised. So again, we look at our children and how they don't have voice. But this is not only an American issue. This is, we know, with using children to make, sweatshops. We know that on farms, this is a global pandemic. So I just wanted to give you some other history out there in terms of looking at children. So we're going to move on, look at that. And so as we think about orphanages, they were run, right? So the 1800s, there were 7 orphanages. Then we moved down to 23, then we moved down to 70. And so they were privately run by religious or charitable organizations. Municipalities also contributed to the costs. And so the orphanages that were a little bit older, they were expected to work and defray these expenses. Now, it was a very much regimented way. The orphanages, the young people, they were all dressed alike, matched clothing, they dressed identically, haircut identically, seated on wooden benches to eat Spartan food from tin plates. So the article that Gordon talks about is a really good article that you may want to, look into. So this is a lot. Then in 1830s, we had 23 orphanages. Then in 1850s, more than 70 orphanages. A man that you may want to know, as we have in the PowerPoint, is Charles Loring Brace. He founded the New York Children's Aid Society, and he's the one who have thought to have initiated orphan trains. And that's where urban orphans were shipped out to Western families. And they were informal apprenticeships. And they were often exploited. These orphanage trains continued until 1930. And then they were finally stopped. So we look at the history of how children have been treated in our society. On to our next slide. Now, when we look at around the 1870s, there were about 100. So we look at bullet 1 and some of the things we're talking about now. It is estimated that about 150 children a month were abandoned, and thousands more were malnourished, ill-clothed, left unattended in unheated tenements, or simply fending for themselves. And so as a result of this, they began to recommend returning to placing children with families. Let's look at 1875, right? We have the New York Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children. And before the spread of non-governmental child protection societies beginning in 1875, children were not protected on the scale that they are protected today. Though adults would help if they would try to help. They would just try to help if they could. But the thing that I remember that when I learned this decades ago, I just want us to pause and remember that the child protection movement took guidance from the animal protection movement. Animal protection began before the child protection movement. I would love to hear, as you pause on that, I will never forget when I learned that fact decades ago, how disturbed I was. Of course, animals need protection. I love animals. To think animals protection came before children's protection. What do you have? Please put in the chat, what do you think about that? I know many of you already probably knew this, but going back and pondering, what are your thoughts about that? Anyone like to share? Just to reflect on that bit for just a moment. Yeah, 10 minutes. This is our this is our agency. Wow. They still treat animals, Nikita says they still treat animals better than children.
Yes, I was going to say that too. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Judith.
Yeah, even now in today's society, they treat the animals better than they do our children, all humans really. Here you have laws that will, lock individuals up if an animal is, treated cruelly. And here we have children who are being abused left and right. And sometimes I just think it's like a slap on the wrist for, the way they've been treated, so yeah.
Thank you, Judith. I can hear the pain in your voice. Children on leashes and dogs being carried. Wow. Thank you, ND. Wow. Children on leashes and dogs being carried. It's really cutting. And anyone else who would like to share? Oh, yes, you can get this PowerPoint.
Hello.
Can you share your name, please? Can you share your name?
It's Nikita.
Hi. Yeah, I can't see everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry. It's Nikita. So when I first saw a parent with a child on a leash, it's like the harness and then the like leading leash, right? I was like, I look like I have 5 kids. I've never put one of my kids on a leash. You walk next to mommy, you know what I mean? Or you hold my hand, or I'm gonna pick you up, something like that. And then I started seeing more and more and more and more and more people doing it. And I'm like, that is crazy. And then I see, you know what I mean? And it's no offense, people are dog moms and cat moms and, all of that. But then I start seeing more and more people carrying their pets in pocketbooks. And then, I see the dogs have strollers and the kids is walking, and it mind boggles me, right? And if you pull your dog's leash too hard, somebody will call animal control on you real fast and you get in trouble. You can get a felony, right? Mm-hmm. But if you smack your kid, or, you see a child, is clearly being abused, it's like, oh, we'll investigate. We have 90 days to figure out what happened. So it didn't take you 90 days to see that, this dog was being abused, but it takes you 90 days to figure out if this child is being abused. And then if they are being abused, most of it is, oh, we'll retrain the parents by going out once a week on a planned visit. And, so everything can look, you know what I mean? It's just, for me, children aren't respected, right? And they don't have all the skills that we have as adults, but they're little humans. And the way we treat them now is the way that they're going to treat us when we need them. And if we treat them so that's why you got people walking around shooting their mamas. And I'm not saying that it's okay, but if you do not respect your children, you cannot get respect back from them. You just can't. You can't expect it. I'm gonna treat you like crap. I'm gonna beat you every day. I'm gonna starve you every day. I'm gonna call you this. I'm gonna call you that name. I'm gonna tell you you ain't never gonna be crap. And then when I'm old, I'm expecting you to take care of me. I don't want you to take care of me. If I treated you like that, you're gonna roll me down the stairs or starve me or anything. But then that's why now we have an adult protective unit. Because there was a generation and generation of people who raised their children horribly and nobody intervened. And now these children are doing the same to their adult parents. And this is why we have too many people in nursing homes and not being cared by their family. So the fact that dogs and cats and birds and mice get better treatment is a shame to us as humans. Not to the people who, you know, actually are trying, but it is a shame. Like it's a smack in our, like, I don't know. It's very disheartening.
And you do know, and you do know. I just want you to say that, and thank you for sharing that global perspective in terms of even having adult welfare now, right? And of course, you are not saying that it's no one deserves it, though there are consequences, right? And of course, nobody deserves any to be hurt ever. And I just want to read some more. And thank you so much for sharing that, Nikita. It's disturbing that children are not a top priority to protect in our culture, and even more disturbing when parents are not able to be the primary advocates and protectors for their children. I think it's challenging to navigate advocating for children who are not directly in one's care. You do know, someone said that. Okay, I think about how focusing on protection of children somehow separate from protection of the entire family. Their parents from poverty showed that deep belief that if adults were poor, that this was their own fault, and proof that they were unworthy or ungodly. It is true that some parents do abuse children. This is not okay, and we need to prevent and address it. But many children were left unsupervised in tenements in the early days because parents had to leave to work to earn some income to keep the family alive. Follow the money, more funding for program service for animals than for children. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Liz. And I completely agree with Nikita. It is very disheartening, depends a lot on parenting skills. Okay. Thank you. That's why ASPCA PACs heat people who abuse animals are burgeoning murders. I'm watching the TV commercial on animal cruelty where the advocate for children and helping and supporting the families to raise those children. It shows me, Sonia, it shows the low status of children. It also shows that animals and children are both vulnerable and that as humans, we don't always exercise our humanity. Animal abuse precursor to human abuse. The voices cried for justice and fair treatment for animals and left the children without a voice. Yes, you can get a copy of the slides, AA. Okay, thank you for that very vivid discussion. We'll move on to the next slide. We talk about.
Kathleen, can I say something before?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to jump in and address the difficulty of what we're talking about. I see the pain, I hear the pain coming in the comments and the chats, in the people who are using their voices. And I just want to encourage everyone to, as we continue and as you go away from our time today, like use your strategies that you have to take good care of yourself. This is very hard stuff to hear and process and understand, and that can move into and sit within our bodies. And so it's very important that we move our bodies, we stretch, we shake these things out, we use techniques that can really help us, like hand over heart, breathing, coming back to our breath, as Kathleen reminded us in the beginning, because this stuff is incredibly heavy. And I'm just looking ahead, and I know we have several more slides of history to share that is so hard. And then we're diving into the racial inequity. And so it's just a lot. And I just really want to invite you to care for yourselves, because this is very hard stuff. Thank you.
I
Chrissy,
agree
just
with you.
Oh,
Oh,
go
excuse
ahead.
me. I would be quick. And folks, I apologize. I'm not good with the chat, so I have to verbalize. Chrissy, I appreciate what you're saying, but I think that we need to level the playing field and sit in what Nikita talked about. There's an African tribe, folks, that I wish I could remember their name. They greet each other by, so how are the children? And if you unearth that, it speaks to that the priority is the children. So thanks for listening to that.
Can you say your name, please? I couldn't see your
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Tommy Miller on a good day.
Tommy.
Yes, last name Miller.
Okay, Tommy, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Chrissy, for saying what you said, and thank you, Tommy, for saying what you said. And both of your points of view are very valid. And I definitely agree, because I'm feeling it in my body, and I'm the one doing the session. And because I'm not disconnected from it. You know, I was a foster mom, I was an adoptive mom, I've been through the system, I've worked in the system. I understand this is a very difficult system to penetrate. And I could definitely feel it in my own body. Our next slide, thank you so much. This slide really talks about, again, more history, and we look at the when I think about this slide, I think about poverty and the code word. You know, when we think about child neglect, we think about, is that the code word for poverty? You don't have what you need. How do you take care of your children? Disproportionately, due to historic injustices, Black children are significantly more likely to grow up in homes experiencing poverty. Historically. We will continue talking about that more. And so, Chrissy, I know that there was someone who mentioned, I know that I have to look for that chat, but there was someone who mentioned, okay, back in the tenement houses. So Chrissy's gonna go in and talk a bit more about the mother's pension laws. It made me think of that when you mentioned that. All right, Chrissy, go ahead.
Just let me have one moment to find my correct slide. Here we go. So what was being noticed is that, you know, children were being left on their own, but the majority of these children who were in orphanages were not technically orphans as we would use that terminology today, but they were relinquished by their poor single mothers who could not both care for their children and earn income to care for their children. And organized daycare for children was not, it was incredibly rare at this time. So a lot of mothers began the institutional placements as temporary solutions, but then they lost track of their children. And
pause. Can you pause on that statement, Chrissy, for one moment?
Yes.
Let's think about that. For those of us, you know, as someone who identifies as a woman, and those of us who identifies women and have children by any way we've had them, and whether we adopted, foster, birth, niece, nephew, whatever you identify as your children, just to think for a moment, lost track or of their children or were unable to reclaim them between 1910 and 1920s. Just want us to sit in that for a moment. Lost track of their children because of some laws. Thank you, Chrissy. Go ahead.
Thank you. So it was around this time that there were activists and advocates who were lobbying for state aid programs to assist single mothers. These activists were outraged that mothers and children were being separated when there were no allegations of neglect or abuse, but that it was just simply an economic poverty issue. And so the mothers' pensions came about. This was the origination of programs like welfare, WIC, TANF, things that are our current programs today, which we will talk more about as we continue. By the 1920s, 40 states had mothers' pensions, but these programs really only helped a very small number of mothers in need. It was still found that, these programs discriminated against people who were not white. And even the stipends that these programs provided were not adequate to support a mother and their child decently. Even though Black families were in much greater need of the support from these programs, they were only 3% of the recipients. Hispanic and American Indian, Native American people were usually excluded from these programs altogether. So, these programs were the precedent for public aid to children, but they still had a lot of issues and discrimination in these programs. In around 1912, the U.S. Children's Bureau was established within the new Department of Labor. This agency also was a huge part of fighting for welfare for women and a welfare state in general. And the Children's Bureau also contributed significantly to prohibiting child labor and the extension of compulsory education. There was also around 1921 an act called the Shepherd-Towner Act, which provided public health nursing to poor mothers and children in rural areas. Under this act, there was a significant reduction in infant mortality. Unfortunately, the act was repealed, but during the time that it was active, there was a significant decline in infant mortality. We also want to mention that the Children's Bureau Network succeeded in winning a program for mothers and children. This is kind of getting a little bit more into present things that we're familiar with in present time. The Social Security Act, Aid to Dependent Children. It was only partially funded. It really envisioned that lone motherhood would decline once the new welfare state would essentially eliminate poverty, which we know is not what has occurred. This program also really perpetrated the same exclusion of people who were not white. And the need for this program, the aid to dependent children, grew significantly. And this remained the main program for poor children until it was repealed in 1996. This program also was limited in that there were no automatic cost of living adjustments. And once it kind of transitioned from the ADC over to being called welfare, originally it really wasn't stigmatized. It wasn't something that, people were looked down upon for participating with. And over time, it really began to become stigmatized and really trapped recipients of the program of living in a cycle of poverty. Around 1961, what we saw happening was that federal funds for foster care were starting to be provided. And then once the ADC was repealed, we saw that there were a number of children being removed from families once again for poverty. And we also saw that there were a lot of children aging out as teenagers who were left on their own, which is not unlike what we are still seeing in our current time. New York State also around 1965 supported the Federal Adoption Assistance and Child Welfare Act, which came about in 1980 to subsidize adoptions. And these subsidies challenged the assumption that permanent kinship required financial independence, and really did acknowledge that if kin carers were raising children, especially children with ongoing medical needs and psychological needs, that they would be in need of that financial support, those adoption subsidies moving forward. Kathleen, I'll pass it back to you for this one. You're just still on mute.
Yeah, I just saw
Yeah,
that. I wanted to add though that I, as a foster mom, I didn't have to pay for my adoption when I adopted one of my children, and that we do get a subsidy for the child and health care for the child. And I think that is something that I think that has been helpful to give people access. I've also talked to, also in my experience, when I became a foster parent, I went through a MAP training. And what I found in the MAP training, where every parent that was in the MAP training with me, which were, we had Black parents, Latino parents. In my session, is what I recall, Black parents and Latino parents, and maybe, and mostly a lot of white parents. Every single child, I think, that was placed in our group, I'm pretty sure 90% of them were Black. And that's just me going to this session, which again, disproportionately, more Black children are in the system, and we will talk more about that as well. We know that prior to mandated reporters, government agencies were accepting responsibility for the whole idea of child abuse and neglect. Then in 1974, that pivoted. So myself, when I was a school social worker in the Albany City School District, I became a mandated reporter. But what's happened with then, so mandating reporting has been criticized because it has been flooding agencies with many, many more complaints that they are actually not able to handle, right? In terms of that's why the 90 days, right? And we look at 90 days, we're like, what, 90 days? What can happen to a child in 90 days? They could die, right? And there are many, many, many cases where they have died because there's such a long breadth of time before you can investigate. What also has happened with mandated reporting, it has shown to be biased with single mothers, people of color, people that are poor. They're more likely to be reported than people that are not poor, than people that are white, or people who are more privileged, who come from more privileged families. Okay. In our next slide, we're looking at, right. And so when we think about the whole idea, child protection and family preservation, my own personal experience with my child was that the goal when I went to MAP class is always reunification. Always, always reunification. And so there is that juxta, like, okay, we want to protect the child, we want to reunite the child. And so in my case, my child's bio mother, it was years of trying to reunite. And then what ended up happening is the parent went MIA, which they call missing in action. And then that's when the adoption went forth. And so we look at in the 1970s and 1980s, there has been more of a movement to really emphasize the rights of parents, especially poor parents, to keep and providing aid to keep those families intact. In the 1990s, right, we looked at ADC, repealed in 1996, was replaced with, we know, TANF. And what does TANF do, right? It provides limited time benefits, and it forces single parents into the labor force, forces them to work. And the provisions, vary state by state. Many times single mothers are pushed into jobs that are minimum wage. They're insecure. They don't have benefits. And so therefore you have a young child, right? You have to choose between the care of your child and going to work. And then what happens? CPS gets involved. Okay, let us move to our next slide. You know, as we think about the history of child welfare, and we look at the numbers here, beautiful humans. US remains a country with a poor child welfare record. We live in America. We have 50 states, but it's like 50 different states, 50 different countries, because there are different policies in every state. But look at how these policies affect our children. Look at the poverty level. Mississippi, 52% of children live beneath the income level required. New York, 41. California, 42. Wisconsin, 35. Now let's look at things globally. My husband's family is born and raised in London. I visit there often. It's just different. I'm not saying they have it all, the answers. My sister-in-law had a baby. She was home for 1 year paid. America's child poverty rate is the highest in the developed world. The highest. 5 times higher than in Norway, Sweden, Finland. 50% higher than Italy, Ireland, or the United Kingdom. Just pondering on that. We're not doing a great job. Actually, we're doing a very bad job, beautiful humans, as the United States, in terms of how we support and assist. I mean, think about that. Paternity care is relatively something newer, right? And we'll talk about that. Chrissy will be talking about that, gender. Okay, let's take a breath as Chrissy had reminded us. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna have a moment. You're going to take about 5 to 7 minutes to really think about and reflect on the history we shared with you. This would be a moment to take a picture of this slide if you'd like to, when you go into your Zoom rooms. What stood out to you most? What did you learn that you didn't know before? What surprised you? What feelings arose for you as we covered this material? The first thing we're going to do is we're going to ask you to take about 5 minutes to reflect individually. Yeah, I said sister in love, Carla. I was born on Valentine's Day, so I love everybody. I love love. Thank you for you noticed that's Carla. But yeah, so what we're gonna do is take 5 minutes to write down these answers, right? 5 to 7 minutes. We'll look at the time. And then we will call you back in, you know, after that time. And then we're going to have you disperse into Zoom rooms. So right now it is 11:37. And we're going to say 44, give you some time. We're going to say, come 37, 44. Yeah, 11:44. Social work was my major, mathematics. I have to count on my fingers. So 11:44, you're going to write. So take this time right now. You have 7 minutes. Chrissy's going to put on some music for the 7 minutes, and then we're going to come back, and then we're going to disperse into our Zoom rooms. Okay, is that clear for everybody? Thank you, Chrissy, for the music.
Can you hear the music?
Yes. All right. Thank you, beautiful humans. I want to definitely pay homage and respect by reading several of the chats that I didn't have a chance to read, because I think it's really important when people share their feelings and ideas. I want to read them. All right. We have Mega. Torn Apart by Dorothy Roberts offers a comprehensive history of this system and highlights the true functions of us as surveillance, policing of families of color. I actually just saw that book this morning, and I was reading an article from Dorothy Roberts. Thank you. Peter, parents' right to raise their child as they see fit. A white parent's right that is highly held in society, so less likely to be regulated. Society can, unfortunately, other people and harden their parts to them more easily than they quote other animals, because animals don't have races or classes. Giovanni, I wish that more people adopt children and less dogs. There are so many homeless and broken children that need help and so much love. Barbara, daycare still challenge for many families, too expensive, not enough open spots. Nikita, they ship those kids away and lose them so they didn't go back to their parents, what happened to them, and also not to have to lose their workforce. Barbara, I can't imagine how the parents felt if they could not reclaim or lost contact with their children. They thought that was the good option, but it turned into a traumatic event. Liz, WIC was created after 1960. Nikita, WIC was a spinoff of the Black Panthers program that made sure that the children had food to eat before school and food sent to families in need. Liz, right. Yes, Mega, thank you for sharing this book recommendations on both mine and Kathleen's list of books to read. Okay. I wanted to say, in terms of the Black Panther movement, Bobby Seale is 85, 86 years old. I heard him speak 2 weeks ago at Hudson Valley Community College, and it was just an outstanding experience. So thank you for bringing that up. Okay. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for sharing. Okay. Okay. Animals had more protection. Animals had more protection than children. What did you learn that you didn't know before? Orphan trains. So sad. What surprised that certain races were excluded from public programs? What feelings arose? Sorrow and disheartened, frustration and anger. Barbara, thank you for your reflections. You'll also have a chance to join a breakout group in a couple minutes to discuss further. Alicia, how relatively new the child welfare system is and how foster care started through orphanage. These things surprised me and interested me the most. Thank you, everyone, for your comments and feedback. And now it is 11:47, and we're going to have you go into your Zoom rooms for 15 minutes. And right now, I believe Jessica and DJ are going to put you in rooms of 4 as a person. When you get into your room, just remember to get a, you'll all be talking together, but for a report out, really get someone who's going to be a reporter for the group. If you do decide to report out either through the chat or through being a public spokesperson. So it's now 11:48, 11:58. So we will say 12:04. Am I correct, Chrissy, in my math?
Kathleen, I am also not a mathematician, so you're approximately in the right space. We're all good with that. We'll be back right after 12.
All right, so yeah,
you
so
and I are in the people business.
Yeah, 12:00. We'll say, yeah, so we'll say about 12. Let's say, look, we'll come back at 12:04. Is that good, everyone? Okay, we'll come back at 12:04. Disperse, and we're looking forward to the conversation. Thank you, everyone. Jessica will be, and DJ will be doing that.
All the rooms should be open. You might see prompts you have to click to get into the rooms. And if anyone gets stuck, I can always manually assign. No problems. There we go. They're all in a room.
Perfect.
Oh, Jessica, oh, we have 19 rooms.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
so
it's 3 to 4 per room. So the way the attendance worked out.
Awesome.
how do you think it's going, Jessica?
Oh, that is me. There we go. Sorry, I'm on here twice because I'm also doing a couple things on my phone. I think it's going good. I think this is a very active chat. That is surprising to me. I feel like chat is normally very mild in a lot of webinars I'm in. So I like to see that it's engaging. So I think it's going good. How does it feel for you?
Oh, good. I think for me, how it feels is there was something that Nikita said that I could just feel when we talk about, so Chrissy and I went to, Chrissy's in a session with Rest My Men I Can. We talked about somatic abolition and really talking about how our body experiences things. And when you've been through a session like that, I was there, she's doing it virtually. I was there in person last year, October. And I'm more aware of my body and how it feels. So when I hear certain things, like when Nikita said something about, the strollers being, children being walked and dogs being carried, I could feel a visceral reaction in my body. So almost felt like when you said that, people, your bodies, I was like, oh yeah, Chrissy, you're right. My body's doing all sorts of, my body could feel it, even reading the material and preparing for it, and then thinking reflectively on my own experience in child welfare as a foster parent and an adoptive parent. It was a challenging experience. Even when you want to be a participant and do good, you still, CPS was called on me by my adoptive, my biological, by my child's biological mother, all those things. Like, it's not only doing it, knowing it, but living it. It's very heavy. Yeah.
I feel it, Kathleen.
Right, because you also are in a volunteer and a foster mom too.
Yeah. There was one comment that specifically really resonated with me in the chat. Someone said it's so hard to advocate for children that are not in your direct care. And I think that's one of the things that I've found for me personally to be so challenging, is like advocating for children that are not in, necessarily living in my home, but wanting to help ensure that their needs are met. But I'm so glad to see the participation and the engagement, and even the social identity piece. A lot of people shared their social identities, and really it seems like they were engaged and reflecting on that, which was great.
Yeah, and there was one person who kept saying, right, I think she has done a lot of research herself, but she seemed to know a lot of the data we were talking about. I think the mother's pension fund, when I read that, I felt like what? Like, seriously, a mother's pension fund that made you choose? I just think the workplace is another version of the plantation. It's not changed. To me, why would you have people going out in this ice when they could be virtual? Why? Unless you work for a hospital, places that absolutely, you're a doctor, you're a nurse, but if you're whatever, most things, 90% can be done from your house. And even things that can be done from your house, you don't going later when it's better. I don't know. I'm just so human and centric in my life.
Mhm. Yeah.
What's coming up for you guys, Jessica and DJ, if anything?
I mean, I'm thinking a lot about parent educators, right? And how do you balancing what is presented with you in your community, knowing how diverse the communities are in New York State, and what happens in Buffalo is very different than Oswego in New York City.
Right.
And then also, like, how do you prepare to meet those situations? Hi, Alicia.
Oh, there's some unassigned participants. It looks like 3 unassigned.
Yeah, Alicia, did you get an assigned?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I'm sharing my home office with my wife, and so I'm using these for the first time. Don't know how to use them. Yeah, my internet is going in and out, and it just like kicked me out.
Oh, sure.
I don't know what room I was in though.
Oh, okay. I do not. Let me see if I can do a scroll. I don't know if I would know what room you were in.
I'm guessing maybe room
Let
15,
me like.
because there's only 2 people in there now.
Room 15. All right, I'm gonna put you in this room. Bear with me. I
Okay,
am
thank you.
not a Zoom expert, but I will do my best to get you there.
Thank you.
You are welcome. I appreciate your patience. All right, there you go.
Awesome.
Yeah, Jessica, you were saying?
Oh yeah, so just thinking about like just parent educators and how do you like understand, and I think this historical part of it is really key, because how can you look at the multifaceted view of what today is and all of this without understanding what has contributed to all of it, and I feel like for parent educators or anyone working with families, it's to understand the history, but to understand what's in front of you and also what you bring to the table, like my home life, my social identity. And it's a lot. It's just, how do we do the work, but also take care of ourselves too? And I think that would really resonated, I think, with what you and Chrissy were saying too, is taking care of yourself.
How about you, DJ?
Well, I think one of the things that came up for me was just how long and pervasive this has been a problem. And I think with the United States being such a large country, getting 50 states to agree on something is difficult in and of itself. And then to come together on this kind of complex issue is even harder. So, and I think one of the things that struck me when I first started with Prevent Child Abuse in New York, I think it's upwards of something like maybe 50 to 60,000 childhood sexual abuse cases in the United States. That's enough to fill Madison Square Garden 2 to 3 times over. And I think that's sickening. If you've ever been there, you see how big it is and how packed it can be. So that's how many kids are dealing with this per year. And it seems like the problem really hasn't gotten all that better.
Yes. As we get into the next section of the racial discrimination, I think the pervasiveness and the long history of it is going to hit like even deeper. And one thing I was feeling like I wanted to tell people as we were kind of going through, their reactions to things was like, there is some good news coming, like as we continue in the presentation. One of the best articles, if you have a chance to read it, was the one from the AmericanBar.org about how they brought this issue to the United Nations And now it's a human rights issue, discrimination in the child welfare system. And that was just last year in 2022. And what changes are being, called upon, the Biden administration is being called to make because this was brought forward. So there is some, but I really do resonate with what you said, DJ, about like the progress, like where's the progress? We need more progress.
Right.
Mhm.
I also think as a foster parent, I remember I wanted to adopt, and one of the things the supervisor said to me, she was like, you know what, I don't think you can, Kathleen, you're way too busy. I already had 3 children, and that's my life. Yes, I'm busy. Yes, I'm involved in the community. Yes, at the time I had a full-time job. Yes, I went back to school. I do a lot of things, and that's my life. And my husband, on the other hand, does not do a lot of things, except he went to work full-time 9 to 5. So he would be the one to do, I mean, we shared it, obviously, because it's 4 of them, so he couldn't do it all. But in our family, he was the one who would like read the books at night. And so there's those genders, and I could say that, Chrissy, when it comes to those gender stereotypes, right? I've done laundry a couple times in my life. I hate it. Mark knows that. Now that my husband's retired, he's literally doing everything. He's cooking. I have the best husband in the whole world. And so I like literally I was like, Mark, I need water. He's warmed up my coffee 5 times. So this retirement thing has really blessed me. It's been really good. And I was a little nervous. I was like, oh, you're gonna be retired? I'm like, okay. But no, this is great because I'm like, I'm hungry. He's like, oh, what do you want? I'm like, oh, okay. So I came down, brings me breakfast when I'm having Zoom, coffee, and all the things. But those stereotypes of what she had is she's like looking at me, oh, you're too busy. I have a whole husband. What are you talking about?
Mhm.
And actually, I didn't think about it until you said that, about that, when we talk about those, how many, right? But even with LGBTQIA+, they would not, people who were not heterosexual were not able to adopt previously.
Mhm.
The neighbor down the street, Mackay, Mackay had 2 dads, but then they were in foster care, and then they moved him on, and he had another family that adopted him. But then how many people are same sex that have left out? I mean, I know New York State we do, but I don't know, even in the other states they may not. So then you're not giving people an opportunity because you think they're defective.
I had a couple in my math class who, even just because of internalized oppression, felt like what kid would want to be with them because they were worried that a kid would be embarrassed of having two foster dads. And it's like, so who's even, just from their own internalized subordination, like who's pulling themselves out already from considering doing this because they're like, oh, the stigma, oh, I don't want to make this kid's life harder, or whatever beliefs they're internalizing.
I just want to make a note, it's 12:03. Yeah, so they come back at 12:04, just wanting to, yeah. Because I could see us, we're so engrossed in our own little conversation, we're like, oh, forget the people. Chrissy, so we come back, we're going to give them opportunity. It seems like people like the chat, and please, Chrissy, also read the chat in case, because I really want to not read someone's, like I would be, because they're like raising their hand. And so I want to make sure if I miss something, please.
I'll keep an eye.
Read,
sure.
yeah. Then if I miss it, just go ahead and read it, please.
Okay.
Or Jessica and DJ. So we're going to give them an opportunity now to, if they have someone who wants to report, we'll probably look at maybe 4 groups. I don't know, whatever we have time for. Because people don't tend to want to talk, it seems. They tend to want to chat.
They might get more comfortable too, as now that they're talking to each other. They might be more ready to speak to the larger group, but we'll see.
Okay, awesome. Hola. Welcome back, beautiful humans. Catherine, Aaron, Rhonda, Carolyn, Liz, Tommy, Nikita, Sheila, Alexis, Darlington, Julika, Judith. Oh, there's 4 pages of beautiful people. Mega, Casey, Jen, Jesselyn. All right. Thank you, everyone. We're looking forward to hearing and reading from you. We did ask you to select a reporter. If you were able to do that, if you could share your reporter, can go and share what were some of the, take a few minutes to share your collective reflections, either in chat or vocally. Who will we hear from and who will we read from? Beautiful humans. I know there were 19 groups, so I know there was 19 vivid conversations. Yes, go ahead. When you do decide to talk, can you please say your name?
I'm Kalonda Green. And are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to go ahead and get this off. It was me and Anissa, I think it's Fields. We were together in our Zoom chat, and Anissa mentioned that what stood out for her the most was that children were always being treated poorly. And it surprised her that there were so many orphanages and why families were giving up their children. And then those children being lost in the system. It made her feel angry that children are still being treated horribly and CPS still involved, and parents, in her experience, just don't care. It appears that they don't care because for the parents that she served, CPS involvement was generational. We did dig a little deeper as to why she felt like the children, like the parent, did not care, and it was mainly because it was generational. And then I shared with her that what stood out for me the most was the blatant disregard for children. There wasn't anything that I learned that I didn't know before. There wasn't anything that surprised me, and that's just because of how long I've been in this work. But what what my feelings that arose were that that of disgust, that, and I'm disgusted because the human that molested my granddaughter only went to jail for a month, and then and still out. And this was just a couple of, maybe 2 years ago. But the human who abused dogs went to prison, and I just still can't get past that. I can't fathom that. It still hurts. So it makes me angry, but it gives me, I turn that into power to continue advocating for children and to continue advocating for families. And this is still new for me in the sense that it's as if it just happened yesterday. I had to be strong for my daughter. And as I was being strong for my daughter, I had to suppress a lot of what I was going through in order to help her get through what she was going through as it related to her daughter. My
Kalana,
transparency I have no problem sharing because I know it's going to help somebody else.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Kalanda, thank you for sharing. I am sorry that your granddaughter went through that, your daughter went through that, and you are all still grieving at the loss your grand experience.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And I am going to pray for you and your family that your granddaughter be completely healed, spirit, soul, and body.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this is a good time. Let us take a breath because we are standing in harmony with Kalanda and her family. Let us take a breath. And people just want to say, send you love. Marissa, thank you for sharing, Kalanda. You are in my prayers. Alicia said, Kalanda, thank you so much for sharing, sending support and positive thoughts to you and your family. What it did bring up for others. Okay, we were empathizing with our membership who have experienced traumatic experiences related to ACS and welfare checks. We talked about adverse experiences with the children and how there is pressure on parents to take time from their schedules, unpaid, to attend preventative classes. We were also able to identify that an apology from the school who prompted the welfare check would help to ensure that the experience was more positive. Mary Beth, we had a wonderful discussion on our feelings about where we were in the past and where we are today. While we can sit with this anger, frustration, and disheartened feelings, we all agree the not giving up on the work for change. DJ, your Kalanda sharing some support. Thank you for sharing. Nikita, a big hug, Kalanda. I cannot imagine the pain that your family is going through. Kalanda, Casey says hugs. Jen, I can speak for my group. We had a very broad conversation about the continued concern for women's rights, poverty issues, and that not being neglect. The generational trauma that continues and has led to substance use epidemics. How does this change and move forward? What needs to happen in our systems? Thank you. Do we have another spokesperson that would like to share with their voice?
I can go.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay, so I was in group 1. We mainly discussed the things that stood out for us total as a group was the animals had more protection than children. We also looked at that America has the highest poverty rate from the developed countries. and we're upset, angry, frustrated, because there are solutions. Someone from the group said about the solutions, and what comes out is the political unwillingness to move forward. So that's what we looked at.
And was that Luz?
Yes, loose.
Oh, Luz.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, solutions, but the unwillingness. Thank you. And I know there was another person who was going to speak when Luz was going to speak, and you deferred to Luz. Who was that beautiful human voice?
That was me, Sheila Reed.
Thank you, Sheila.
So Tommy and Selena and I were in a group, and we had very different backgrounds. But I think one of the things that we both, that Tommy and I came apart with, Selena was not able to speak. So she was just in the text, in the chat. But like really feelings of sadness. So whether it was new information or information that we were hearing again, just to be reminded of how sad the situation is. I shared a little bit about my background. I'm both a foster parent and a pediatric physical therapist. And so I have seen, just how the system is so broken, but multiple systems are so broken. And, and the systemic racism at the root of every system that we have, particularly that involve children, can be very disheartening. And yet we keep going forward, trying to make it better. So it was a really nice conversation with a lot of reminders of the good that we're doing and how far we still have to go.
And I want to underscore that. First of all, thank you, Sheila, for the invitation to go to New York. I may take you up on that. But we implied, we didn't say it, folks, the dignity of the human spirit and the resiliency. Okay. And I'd be remiss, Kathleen, if I didn't do this. Loan me your ears and your heart. Thank you. That's for you, Kathleen, and that's for all of you and your individual spirituality, your humanity. And the last thing that Sheila and I talked about is I can't remember the name, but a long time ago in New York State, the focus was on the children. No child left behind, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's profound sadness when our priority, in my humble opinion, is not the children. And that we need to remember that there's a child in Tommy and there's a child in you that would help us to relate to our hurting babies out there. All right. So, Kalana, as Kathleen mentioned, you are in my prayers, all of you in my prayers, but I really feel your pain. And the last thing I want to say, folks, I'd be remiss. I've heard a couple of folks say that CPS has 90 days to make a determination. In reality, in New York State, a CPS worker, child protective worker, has 60 days to make a determination. Hypothetically, if one is indicated, that individual has 90 days to appeal. I just wanted to share that. Oh, and Krista, that music, thank you. It was banging. Okay. Well, that brought the house down.
I think we're just feeling all of the spirit of what you just shared, Tommy. That's where I am. Thank you.
You're welcome, Chrissy.
Hi, everybody. My name is Marsha Feliz, and I was with Monica and Catherine, and our group. We discussed some of our thought about it. Like, for example, I thought that it was a surprise to me that animal cruelty advocating in groups advocating for animals was first than children. And it was a stunt. Monica also spoke about how difficult probably it is in her experience for children with disability and people with disability and all the things in the horror that they have to face. And as a collective group, we thought also that although I thought we're looking at some progress in terms of social service and that kind of stuff, there is part of me that I say, not that much progress, because one time that social service gets it wrong is usually not a good ending for that particular child or that particular family. So there is part of me that I said, we're not doing that much progress as we speak. So anything else, Monica, that I left behind, and Catherine?
One thing was that we also discussed about it's not a just American issue, but it's a global issue.
It's a global issue, so we thought about that too. Yeah.
I came from India, so I come from India, so I know it has been very vulnerable for the kids, especially the abuse and the trauma they go through and things that happen. So it's not just an American issue, it's a global issue, and it should be taken care of. Somehow, I mean, we are just sitting here just discussing. I think we should do something more practical and do something more practically where we can not just do within our state or within our country, but we can also go globally and do something. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you both so much for sharing your thoughts on your discussion. While you were in your groups, I was chatting with Kathleen and Jessica and DJ a bit as well. And what I wanted to share with everyone is that as we continue, we are going to get deeper into some more hard information. And beyond that, we are going to talk about some areas of that are presenting some advancements and some changes and some things that can leave us with feeling a bit of hope. So that is coming, and we appreciate you and your willingness to be in the depths of the difficulty of this topic and this work that we're all doing together, and being together with one another in the depth of that difficulty. And we will stay together as we continue through this hard information, and as we then continue to work on solutions and improvements and changes that each of us can work together towards. So thank you for sharing your group discussion. Very meaningful.
Yes. Ditto to what Chrissy said. At this point, we're going to take a break. And then our next section, we're going to be looking at racial discrimination in the child welfare system. That will be our next portion. So we're going to do, it's 12:23. Please come back at 12:33. Thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm sure you didn't have any time to eat anything, and I know it's lunchtime. So, right, Tommy? Unless Tommy, you had what did you have over there? Did you have some rice and peas and plantain, or?
You're making me hungry, sister. I wish. Yes. Maybe later on.
I
Yes.
had some plantain. I literally had 2 pieces of plantain that I like literally threw in my mouth, and that was that.
Oh my
Thank you.
goodness.
Tommy's like, you're showing off.
Yes, you are. Yeah. And now you got me thinking about mangoes as well. Yes.
Whoa, mangoes?
Yes.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. I eat 1 mango a day in the summer.
Oh
That's
my goodness.
my thing.
And you know how we do. We are uncivilized. We eat that bad boy. We're getting it all over our mouth and stuff, not peeling it out neatly and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, that's me. Oh, my kids are so disgusted. They're like, Mommy, use a knife.
Hey, hey, Kathleen and Jessica, can I humbly make a suggestion before I forget? I'm thinking the next section may trigger folks. If one of you could make the announcement that utilize your resources, or if you're uncomfortable with your given resources, maybe they can follow up with one of you or something. But that may be advantageous. Now I need to leave and go eat, so thank you. No, I'm joking on the eating part.
Yeah, so thank you for that. Yeah, so we're going to be talking about, yes, thank you for the reminder, Tommy. We really appreciate it. Yeah, so we're going to be talking about racial discrimination in the child welfare system. And, you know, this definitely impacts BIPOC, Black, just people of color. It impacts all of us.
Yes.
But for us, specifically, even more so because of the history. And so what we're gonna dive right into it. And thank you, Tommy, for those comments. Welcome back, everyone. Get some water, get your coffee, get your tea, and really center yourselves and, you know, step away if you need to and take a breath. We're gonna talk about racial discrimination in the child welfare system. And there was the article that I just actually found. I was doing more research, and that according to Time magazine, 1 in 10 Black children in America are separated from their family by the child welfare system. And the terminology the article used was family policing. The disparities are pervasive. System is designed to deal with the hardships of children who are disadvantaged by structural inequality, including structural racism, by accusing parents and separating families. So poverty is treated as a crime. Thank you, Chrissy. Yes. Poverty is treated as a crime. And the overrepresentation has been something continuous in Western society. All righty. Our slide, we look at continuous, the numbers, 50%. Actually, it's over 50%. And www.americanbar.org has an article where you can read. Each of these numbers represents a child in a family for whom contact with the child welfare system has caused harm. From intrusion to disruption to shattered lives. And these statistics don't account for the horrific, even the additional horrific things that happen. Surveillance, regulation, control. It causes immeasurable harm to Black children, families, and communities. And I read somewhere in an article about how it affects their brain, how it affects the brain of the child when they are separated from their family. So we are going to talk about enslavement. And we are going to talk about generational, which was mentioned in the chat. We'll go more into that. The good news that Chrissy was talking about as we move to the next slide is the human rights issue. So the UN committee, excuse me, have many human rights issues that they highlight. And the UN committee has called on the Biden administration to take measures to eliminate racial discrimination in the child welfare system. They are telling the United States that they need to do this. Now, this is most recent, and this is where Chrissy was talking about having that sense of hope. This was August 30th of 2022, which was last year. There is concern at the disproportionate number of children, racial and ethnic children, who have been minoritized, removed from their families and placed in foster care, and the impact that it is having on children of color. We continue to think about this. The data is very clear. Black families face discrimination and equal outcomes at every single stage of the child welfare system. I myself, yes, and Sonia, thank you for reminding us of that, children being placed at the border, because that is also part of the UN. That is also a human rights issue. And so what someone did in terms of that policy in the article that I read, they said, well, if we're going to look at children at the border, the separation, we also need to look at Black children. So that issue actually pivoted and brought the glaring highlight to say, yes, absolutely concerned with children at the border, but how about the children here that are happening right here? Separating them and placing them people who don't speak their language, who's not their culture, who's not their custom in a foreign land. Oh, that is horrific, Nikita. Absolutely. Absolutely. I myself, when I was in the child welfare system as a mom, a foster mom, I wanted to adopt my foster child. The caseworker supervisor said to me, Kathleen, you're so busy. You are going to have time. And again, talks about gender because of my schedule, not thinking I have a whole husband, but putting all of it on me because of my schedule. Realizing in my family, the roles are not gender stereotypical. Yes, thank you for those comments. As we think about the outcomes that happens, when Black youth age out of the system, there are worse outcomes for them at every stage. There are many, many, many stories I've heard through the years of Black youth who've shared with me their experience. Incarceration, homelessness. We're going to move on to the next slide.
Just one thing to note here is the statistics of homelessness, incarceration, poor outcomes for youth in foster care the percentages are already incredibly high. So to imagine that for Black youth, they are even higher. We just need to let that sink in.
Thank you so much, Chrissy. Okay, Nikita, I dealt with teen moms aging out of the program who purposely got pregnant because they know that, I just want to read that. They know that they will qualify social services and be able to survive. Wow. Thank you for sharing that. And so we're looking at the US administration. The federal government is acknowledging there's an issue. They know the policies are bad. They know it's structural racism. The data is glaring. Our next slide. Right? They know the data is out there. We know that it's glaring. And I loved, this was very eye-opening. Neglect, a code word that typically represents conditions of poverty. So the code word neglect means poor. When they say child abuse and neglect, these children are being removed for neglect. Child welfare agencies do not have the ability to support and increase and give people money to make them have a better life, right? If they're living in rat-infested apartments, if they don't have the proper heat, inadequate food, housing, or clothing. Look at that high number over there, beautiful humans. Taken away 63% due to neglect. Code word, poverty. Our next slide, again, reiterates what we've been talking about. Racial bias, system factors, families of color more likely to be investigated. Continues the cycle. Our next slide. I want to read this quote. And Resmaa Menakem, trauma decontextualized in a person over time can look like personality. Trauma decontextualized in a family over time can look like family traits. Trauma decontextualized in a people over time can look like culture. Resmaa Menakem. In my session with Resmaa in October, we talked about enslavement. We talked about the average age of a child. Can everyone hear me? Because I see some movement in, okay, something was going on, okay. The average age of a child on a plantation to be raped was 9 years old. When you are on a plantation, you, the mother, you're enslaved, the father's enslaved, and now your child is coming of age. What are some of the strategies that these people who were enslaved would do in order to protect their child? They would say, oh, when the enslaver would look at the child, they would make comments, oh, this child is dumb. This child is stupid. You don't want her. You don't want this child. That was a way to protect the child. Because if you said, oh, this child is stupid, Carrie's stupid, John is dumb, you know, and that would protect the child. When we think about enslavement and we think about beating, in the book, My Grandmother's Hands, Resmaa Menakem, if any of you have read it, please, I'm asking you to read it. One of the things that Resmaa's book talked about is how his grandmother used to tell him to go get the switch and beat him. And he said that my grandmother, after she would beat all 5 of my cousins, she would then cry because it hurt her to beat him. Beating him was her way of protecting him from outside forces. like the police because she wanted to discipline him so he can behave. I am not saying that is correct. As myself, someone who was beaten, I am a survivor of mental, emotional, psychological, and physical child abuse from my father. I don't agree. And so I did not use that form as a discipline. It is highly, I feel that it is moving out of that direction. There are still many Black parents who make fun, who joke and say, oh, white people don't even discipline their kids. They let them do this, they let them do that. But there's also a model coming up now where it's called soft parenting. That's new language that's coming into place. But generationally, who beat who? It was white enslaver beating Black bodies. Yes, gentle parenting approach is becoming more of a thing. So you do what was done to you. So when we talk about generational, I know it makes no sense, but we do what was done to us. And the generational pieces of being beaten, talked down to, you do, and it's passed on. It needs to be broken. So what looks like culture in many families of color is trauma in Native American families, where children were taken away and put in English schools, separated from their families. And people are like, oh, Native people are, drunks. This is what people say. That is not true. These vices were introduced in their communities to subdue. Yes, Dr. Joy DeGruy, I love that book. Oh my gosh, I love her. And I love Dr. Joy DeGruy. Another book, Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome. Another book you may want to get. So as we move forward, we are going to, we just started, so affects the generations. Yes, we're going to skip this break because we've only talked for a couple minutes.
We'll give you another break later on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. I just want to know how are you doing? Can we do a check-in? Scale from 1 to 10. What's your number right now? If you could just tell us in the chat. And let's see if there's some things. Okay. I just want to read some of the right. Barbara said, I attended a training session this past fall that reported that CPS is trying to get away from reporting families and encourage human service providers to refer to additional service in order to keep the families together. Chrissy, yes, Barbara, that's the direction we need to move in. Chrissy Smith, book recommendation, My Grandmother's Hands Rest My Men I Can, gentle parenting approach. Mega, Dr. DeGruy talks about this reaction to praise of Black children as an activation of PTSD for Black caregivers. Barbara, generational trauma affects the generations. I agree that most often parenting styles are taught by past generations. The cycle needs to be broken and future generations need to heal. Alexis is an 8, Tommy's an 8, Sheila's a 10, Laura's a 7, 8, Kamanda, Nikita 5, 7, Carter, Janet, Karen 8, Luz, Aaron 6, Linton 8 through 9, DJ 7, Aaron 7, Kamisha, Monica, Sonia. Also many Jews, especially offspring of Holocaust survivors, carry a lot of intergenerational trauma. Yes. Heidi 6, Julika 1. Right, the separation of your family going to one place to die and you going to another place to die for Jewish families. Thank you so much for sharing. Okay. Okay. All right, let's go to the cycle of socialization. There is a text that I'm reading with a group of employees at an organization, and the title of the book is called Waking Up White by Debbie Irving. I like that book a lot because what Debbie does is she goes through the process of her waking up white and how all the things that she learned over her life, right? Someone to know in the chat earlier to unlearn. And one of the things I like about Debbie's book, it helps you unlearn the things you learned. Basically, what is socialization is how we've all been indoctrinated to believe certain things, and sometimes we don't even know. Born into a world with mechanics in place, no blame, no consciousness, no information. And one of the things Debbie Irving talks about in her text is she talked about Native Americans. And her mother would say to her, oh, Native Americans, oh, those poor Native Americans, they ended up drunk. And that's so sad. And she said, but I thought, was there more to the story? When she learned more and realized that's not really how it happened, she began to question things. And her book is a really interesting book that I highly recommend. First, socialization. Parents, relatives, teachers, people we love and trust, they shape our norms, our values. I watched something, one of my friends sent me a TikTok, and there was a Black mother who was sharing her story with the school board. And on the school board, at school, her children learned that Black people were nothing of, it was somehow how it was their fault that they were enslaved. And it was all incorrect. And she was sharing her story. And she said, you know, I'm deeply disturbed by this because my children are not learning the truth. Nobody asked to be enslaved. It was not our fault. So therefore, even our first socialization, it affects what we see, how we think. We look at institution and cultural socialization, we're bombarded with messages at church, school, television, legal system, mental health, business, language, patterns of thoughts, whether they're conscious or unconscious. You know, I was at the other thing I want to point out on the left side, do nothing, don't make waves, promote status quo. Debbie Irving in her book, which we just talked about that 2 days ago with the client I was with the 6 people that are reading the text. She was taught, work hard, don't make waves. So many times, and all the white people in the group were saying, everything they said mirrored Debbie Irving's experience and that they were taught the same exact thing. And so even when they had questions, they were silenced. If their parents said, you know what, these people are inferior, or X, Y, and Z, whatever comments they heard, they questioned them and they would say, they said to me, Kathleen, I heard statements growing up that I felt were wrong, but I was taught, just listen, don't question. What does that result in? Fear, ignorance, confusion, insecurity. And, you know, as I was thinking about my own experience, I have here on my note, I was at the airport in Hungary and I saw a white woman. She looked very healthy. The sun was beaming. She had kind of a blondish hair and she was on a surfboard. Her hands are out. Juxtaposition next to her was a Black little girl, dark skin with a very short boy haircut. And in front of her was a bowl so you can give money. So you could just put money in there for some kind of world hunger. Those are the messages and the images. Now, because I do this work and because I'm more aware, when I saw that image, I was with my colleague and I said to her, I said, come here. I said, look at this. And she looked at it, she was mortified. But those are the images that we see every single day, how we are socialized to see white as vibrant, successful, healthy, and we see Black in need and not successful and not healthy. And Dr. Beverly Daniel Tatum talks a lot about that at the end of her chapter when she talks about solutions. What can we do? Therefore, we all have been indoctrinated. I like what is her name again? Not Debbie Irving. Jane Elliott said. She was in a session. It was all white people in the session. And she asked an audience of maybe 3, how many of you would trade your white skin and be Black? Total silence. Raise your hand, she says. Not one person raises their hand. She said, you know what? I absolutely don't think you understood or heard me. She says, Jane Elliott goes, okay, stand up or raise your hand if you would choose being Black versus your white skin. Nobody stood up. Then she says, if you know how Black people are being treated in this country and you don't want to be Black, why do you allow it? Why do you allow it? And that you can find right on YouTube. You Google Jane Elliott, every video will come up. She asked the question and it was silence. Because she said, guess what? You do know, but you remain complicit. Let's move on to our next slide. We're going to talk a little bit about the patriarchy. And we're looking at the global dominant systems, white supremacy, cis heteronormativity, capitalism, Christian hegemony, and patriarchy. So let's think about patriarchy. Patriarchy is basically a belief that's embedded in every structure of our society between men and women. Things that are pertaining to women are undervalued, while tributes regarding as masculine or pertaining to men are privileged. And it rolls and it affects everything. Religion, right? Our Father, God our Father. There is this idea, right? What it means to be a man and not be a girl. There's this whole idea of the patriarchy. It doesn't only exist in men. We all swim in it. I have heard women make comments to me. Men are smarter. And sometimes women hold up these biases and values as well. I was talking to a woman the other day. You know what she said to me? We were talking about the Me Too movement. It's so revolutionary because it's going against the status quo. It's going against the core pillar of patriarchy, which is don't you dare speak up. You know what she said to me? She goes, you know what, I was, somebody, kissed me at work and I didn't want it and I pushed back and I reported it. And she goes to me, why is it these women are coming back 10 years later with this information? I don't believe them. This is a woman that's saying that to me. So in a sense, the perpetrator is protected. Same for children who are being traumatized, who are trying to regulate their parents. It's true of racists who are trying to manage up the ruling race or class that is oppressing them. It's true of women to men. The perpetrator is protected. The perpetrator is protected. Like the story, that our dear beloved sibling, Kalonda Green shared, the perpetrator is protected and continues to be protected. White supremacy basically is the belief that one race is superior to another. There are many people who there is something called scientific racism. Linnaeus, he classified races, putting white race as the lead, and many others in the 15th, 16th century white men who wrote all these articles. Now you're like, oh, that's such a long time ago, but the poison in the water that they put out there is still streaming in the water because our policies, our behavior, our everything is rooted in that. So it is deeply rooted in that. Yes, we have the Ku Klux Klan. Yes, we have, other groups of white supremacist groups out there. But it is not only them who are perpetrating this. We look at the story of Christian and the woman with the dog in Central Park, Amy. What made her, she knew that white supremacy would support her. So I'm going to call the police. You're a Black man. I'm a white woman. I'm going to win. And it's damaging. Yes, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Kathleen.
No, Chrissy, go ahead.
Okay. Another one of the global dominant systems that we see that is influencing how we got to where we are today is this cis heteronormativity, which is the belief that there are two separate opposing genders, and each of those genders is associated with natural roles. And this came up even in the example Kathleen shared earlier about wanting to adopt the child that she and her family were fostering. And the caseworker said, no, you're too busy, because there was this assumption of those roles and whose responsibility it was to provide that care.
Right, and Chrissy, I'd like to add, may I add something?
Absolutely.
I don't do laundry, right? We've done it a couple times. I hate it, and I'm not good at it. Why should I? My husband does laundry. Now that he's retired, he does literally everything. He cooks, he cleans, he does laundry. People who come in my house and they see plants, they're like, oh my gosh, Kelly, those plants are beautiful. I'm like, that's Mark, that's not me. And so we make assumptions. People make assumptions because I am a woman that I'm the one with the plants. But how is that cis heteronormativity is affecting so many things that is hurting us?
Mm-hmm. This is just one of the lenses, in addition to patriarchy, in addition to white supremacy, that we are socialized to view the world through. We look at the effects of this cis heteronormativity. It's persistent, it has negative consequences. It is embedded in our institutions, and again, it's alongside those other widely held ideologies. We also get into a concept with each of these global dominant structures that creates internalized oppression for people who don't necessarily meet the expectations of these global dominant systems. So there's a quote here that I'd like to share from an Australian woman named Hannah Gadsby. And Hannah said that 70% of the people who raised her, who loved her, who she trusted, They believed that homosexuality was a sin, that homosexuals were heinous, subhuman, pedophiles, 70%. So by the time she identified as being gay, it was too late. She was already homophobic because of the way that she was socialized. So this is really sewn into and ingrained in the fabric of our systems, political, educational, religious. It is ever present. We talked earlier about adoption related and foster care related issues for same-sex couples and how that is impacted here as well. The next global dominant system is this Christian hegemony, which is really about the normalizing of Christian values and beliefs and practices, and the really providing the unconscious and conscious advantages afforded to the Christian faith. We see this throughout our institutions. You know, we have this statement in the US, separation of church and state, but I think especially in current times, we're seeing that move in a different direction. So what's happening is the effect here is that there is continued oppression of non-Christian faith groups. It's perpetuated as these groups are inferior or dangerous or immoral or sinful or misguided. And so we're continuing to see this centering of Christianity when it comes to law, institutional practices, curriculum, cultural norms, all of these things. And we're really finding that there is oppression of these other groups because of this Christian homogeny. And the next global dominant structure, this is the fifth one that we're going to be discussing today, the fifth of 5, is capitalism. And a lot of us are familiar with what capitalism is. It's the structure that our current economy exists under. The production and pricing of goods is dictated by the market forces. So we've got kind of our larger definition there. These are some effects of capitalism. And the one that I really want to hone in on is the third one here, inequity. You know, we're finding that with capitalism, there's a growth of concern regarding capitalism, regarding the distribution of resources and wealth. I think I was listening to something this morning that said that there are 3 individuals in our country who hold more wealth than 60% of our citizens in the country. And so this is one of the things that is a major criticism of capitalism. And we're just finding more and more disparity with that. So just as we talked about intersectionality regarding our own personal identities and our social identities earlier, it's important for us to recognize that each of these systems also intersect to impact how we as individuals experience the world. We think about our social identity. So myself as a white, cis, straight, disabled woman, just some of the things I could think of off the top of my head. How do these global dominant systems affect me? How does patriarchy affect me in each of those identities? How does white supremacy affect me in each of those identities? And so what we'd really like to invite you to do is just take a few minutes to reflect on these questions that are here. How does patriarchy benefit or marginalize you? How does white supremacy benefit or marginalize you? How does cis heteronormativity benefit or marginalize you? And so on. So we'll go ahead and share some music while we do that. Just take a few minutes to journal and write down some of your thoughts on each of these. Kathleen, do you want to add anything before we take our time to reflectively write?
No, no, thank you so much. So, we're thinking like 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's do probably about 4 or 5 minutes. We'll come back at 1:17 from our reflective writing. All right, we're going to bring it back now to continue with our workshop. And just looking at our time, we would love to hear some insights and responses. I think I would like to move us along though. Kathleen, are you in agreement with that?
I have a question.
Yes.
Yes, John, we'd love to hear from you. Go ahead, John.
I would like to know what is straight, and when a heterosexual is straight, that's why they call them. I mean, that's why the society calls them straight. And about the homosexual, they're like crooked. I don't know where that word comes from. And again, homosexual is normal or abnormal by society, and who creates that?
Yes, John, that is a fantastic question. This is really what we're talking about when we talk about that cis heteronormativity, where our society that we live in here in the US says that being cisgendered, which is agreeing with and feeling connected to the sex that you were assigned at birth, and that being straight heterosexual is the right way to be. That is what our society has said for many years. But we're finding that people feel, you know, even people who identify as transgender or identify as homosexual, a part of the LGBTQ community, they're experiencing this cis hetero normativity in our culture, which is telling them that the way they are is wrong. That's part of one of those global dominant systems that has impacted where we have gotten to today. So if we take it to the context of foster care, what we find, right, and what we know is that often, or one of the populations that is really affected by losing parental support is youth who come out as transgender or gay. And there is a higher representation of youth who have those identities in the foster care system because they lose the support of their families that they are born into due to this ideology that dominates in our society, that one is normal over the other, right? Does that help with your question?
I know we don't have that much of time because I was most of my time over 30 years with the Child Welfare Children Services, and I was a TFBH social worker. And my kids always come to me and ask me that, and it still troubled me to see titles and to see how society is just giving you a number or giving you a title, and you have to deal with it. And that's where my question comes. You know, if you're homosexual, so you're crooked, or if you a straight guy, you know, if you're straight, so you go to the straight line. It's still really triggered me till today. Yes. And I would love to have, because this is what we are dealing with in our society right now. It's the title they're giving us, the corner they want us to stay. And somebody like me, I refuse to stay in that corner because you're not going to put me there. If you put me there 400 years ago, this is 2023, I'm not going to stay there. If you ask me to go there, I would ask you why. If you cannot tell me why, you're not talking to me. And it's the same thing that I'm dealing with my families, not where I am, but most of my career really as a TFBA social worker, now a psychologist, and that, you know, those questions always come to me all the time, especially with the Haitian community that I'm dealing with, because my background is Haitian, and the parents are still the kids are still have issues to be who they are. I want people to be who they are and feel free to voice your opinion, to be who you are, to be able to accept who you are. But when I see the straight and the other part, I don't know if it's crooked. I really don't know what to tell a homosexual young kids if they're straight or they're crooked or they're not in that line or they are in failure of who they are. And I feel that they're not. They are humans like us. And in our group earlier, we were talking about, I remember an earthquake happened in Haiti in 2010, and we were raising money to help. And at the same moment, you know, the animal shelter were raising money also for dogs. So again, you know, for animals, again, it's really a part of my trouble to see. We need to change that. And we can't keep our mouth shut. I'm sorry, that's me. I'm not going to say something if it's not right. I will say it. And I pay a lot of, you know, I pay the consequences of it, but I'm not scared. I will say it. I will tell you, this is not right. This is not right. You might see it right in your eyes, but I know today's Thursday. If you tell me today's Sunday, something is wrong with you. So it means that today is not Sunday. Today's Thursday. It's February 23rd. It's not 25th. So that's the kind of person that I am, especially with that straight and crooked. I don't know where to put it, and I think it's not. And again, no, it's abnormal. If somebody's homosexual, I don't think it's abnormal. I think it's a natural thing. I think we need to respect people of who they are and love them and embrace them. So again, I can't find the question. I'm still going to ask for it because I want to make sure the title that they need to stop giving us titles or numbers. And again, what I do, I mean, my patients, my clients, we go by number. And that's something that I don't like, and I've been fighting for a long time. Come to me with somebody, Mrs. So-and-so. She has a name, she has a last name, not the case number. Again, I'm good with what you said, and thank you for giving me some hands up. I'm not going to deal with it still now, but again, I understand. I understand it. And thank you.
Your share has generated some thoughts in the chat, and it seems that there is a colleague here on the line who has some more resources on this that they would like to share. So, and I just echo Kathleen's sentiment of thank you for sharing your truth around this. And it has definitely brought up some additional thoughts from others here who are with us today. And I appreciate your share. I think we all appreciate your share of what you've had to say today. Thank you. Kathleen, do you want to jump back in?
Oh, sure. And so in terms of, and thank you so much, John, right? And I agree with that, Nikita, humans are human. And where do we go from here? And what are some of the tools and resources? And, I absolutely, so I don't know, I talk a lot about Resma Menachem, and I think my husband was having an issue with me. He's like, enough of this Resma Menachem. I'm like, Mark, I mean, he's not here, like, okay, but I mean, I love Resma Menachem. So I am a bias, I love him. And I tell you, that man is brilliant. And his statement, the system is functioning exactly as it was designed to function. We were required to disrupt it. We are required to disrupt it. And I hear from this chorus of activists that you are all doing your part as all the roles you're in. And we appreciate that. We're going to talk a few minutes about the cyclical process that seems to occur in most successful change efforts, the cycle of liberation. And so as we think about that, right, I know that this is, we're just going, it's going to be an appetizer of a review. Changing within the core of people what they believe about themselves, intrapersonal, where Chrissy talks about the Australian human being who believes that she is wrong for who she is. And John, you talked about that too, right? The societal system was developed to control, right? And I also, there's a lot more we can go into that, Judith, even about the religion and how it was created really to suppress people. I mean, I'm a person of faith. There is energy for disruption in this room. Yes, so we look at the interpersonal, if we can go back and highlight the other pieces, Chrissy. Thank you so much. And then we have the, reaching out, movement out of self toward others, seeking experience and exposure, speaking out and naming injustices, taking stands, using tools, exploring and experimenting. Change in how we value others and see the world. We behave how we believe. So we need to read books, and we'll talk about more tools later about how we are believing, getting ready, empowering yourself, raising your consciousness, inspiration authentically, dismantling, not being not colluding with the status quo. Really beginning to question everything. Building community, that is so important. Here, you already have a community. You can stay in touch. Thank you so much, Liz, for that resource. What is at the core? We do things as they are. We see things as we are. Boom. Thank you, Tommy. We need more love in the world. We need to love ourselves more, self-esteem, balance, joy, support. We need more and more and more self-care. We need to organize. We need to action plan. We need mutual aid funds. I co-lead the Capital Region Professional Women of Color. There's 1,000 women in our Facebook group. We have a mutual aid fund. If someone says, I can't pay my rent, there's no judgment. We give them the money to pay their rent. This is what we need to do. We need to take care of each other intentionally and aggressively. Critically transforming everything around us. Yes, you are going to have a copy of this PowerPoint and all the notes that come with it. You will have a copy of it. We're going to move forward to the next one. These are some of the tools we're going to be talking about. And so in terms of the work you do, you are on the front lines of working with people who have been affected by racism. Recognizing you all have bias. We all have bias. We all, every single one of us. And realizing, how can we recognize it? We need to do more pausing. You want to be the voice to have limited voices. We need to pause more and respond, not react. Move on to our next slide, please. Here are some tools that can help us. Ask yourself, which you've all been asking yourself, how can you improve the situation? What are some of the actions you can take? Notice who is in the room, who isn't in the room. How can you include people? Okay, so Erin, let me re-clarify that statement. I don't think religion was created to suppress people. What I do think it was to control. I think religion, I am a Christian and I believe in God, but there is an element of religion that wants to control people. And it's not always in a negative way, right? Because we do want to, many of all the religions, Christian, Buddhism, Jewish, there are elements in all the religions of faith that are good, that help us to manage in a society and help us to love one another. And it is the foundation for the way we all may, some of us interact or act. And so hopefully I'm clarifying that, not really to suppress, but to control. And it's not always bad in terms of control, but there are times when it is bad, when it controls certain groups of people and elevates one group over another. Okay, so including people in projects, like someone, I believe Tommy was invited to go to New York. Who invited you? Was it, wait, Rita? No. Sheila, right? Sheila invited you to New York. That's an example of being inclusive. Thank you, Sheila. And Tommy said, I might take your offer, right?
And she's going to feed me too.
Right.
Okay.
But that is an example, right? Again, of using privilege to help people. Conversation. If a joke is made or a comment is made about that is offensive to a marginalized group, don't nervously laugh. Stay silent. Right? Explain. Explain why that, so that person can understand and avoid using that hurtful language in the future. Yes, I believe I agree with you, Erin. Yes, we are all here. Person of faith, yes. What are some of the things we can do? Active listening and reflective listening. So active listening, right, in terms of listening even to people's point of view that we may not agree with. Active listening means that we are able to hear the person and not dismiss them. I mean, I've been doing this work for how many years? Decades. People may not always agree with everything I say. That's okay. We can have a conversation about it. Reflective listening is a skill that many of you have. I know there are many of you in the counseling field, social work field, where you reiterate what the person says so that they can hear what you said. So you reflect back and say, hey, this is what I heard you say. That's what reflective listening is. Sticking to the subject, I'd like to give you the FIR tool. And the FIR tool is F, fact, I, impact, R, respect, R, request. Fact, impact, request, respect. What is the fact that you want to share? What happens is sometimes we get so caught up in our emotions that we spew out a lot of information that's not coherent. The fact, stating the fact. What is it that having the impact on you? What do you respect about the person, and what are you requesting them to do moving forward? Responding without judgment is looking at responding to the behavior, not the speaker. Responding in the present, not in the past. Respond by describing, not evaluating. So for example, if someone says to you, you're blowing this whole thing out of proportion. What does that do? That dismisses you and says they're not listening actively or reflectively. Asking questions. You're in roles where some of you are advocating for youth. Ask questions. Why? Help me understand. Why is this taking so long? Why is this youth not in school? They're supposed to be in school within 24 hours once they get removed from the home. Can you help me understand how you came to that conclusion? Like that parent has to not able to adopt this child, like in my case. Had to fight to adopt the child because of the heteronorm gender stereotypes that this supervisor had. How can we continue? We need to educate ourselves daily. Even when you think you know it all, you are just on the tip of the iceberg. The more I read, the more I want to learn. Calling out racism and racial inequality when you see it, hear it, feel it. Use those communication strategies for difficult topics. Learn to pause, learn to breathe, pause and breathe, pause and breathe. And we've done that throughout the session because we've had some heavy things we've discussed and experienced by some of the pain of one of our siblings. Be gentle with yourself as you make these changes. You are going to be getting this PowerPoint, and here are some racial equity resources that we came up for. And so we look at this, when you click on this link, it will bring you to videos and discussion guides for youth and families to learn about racial inequity, acknowledging the problem, taking action for improvement. On our next slide, there's a capacity building center where you can look at discussion questions for child welfare leaders, team members, technical assistants. On our next slide, we can look at, what are some anti-racism resources for social workers and therapists to provide more resources for allies, being what it is to be an ally, and methods for mitigating racism at all levels. Just to remember, an ally, if you are white, you cannot call yourself an ally. Only a person who is a Black Indigenous person of color can call you an ally. I, Kathleen McLean, cannot call myself an ally of LGBTQIA plus community. Only someone who is in that community could look at me and say, Kathleen, you're an ally. So only someone outside of that community can tell me that. My husband cannot call himself an ally of women's rights. Only myself or another person who identifies as a woman can call him an ally. Continuing with racial equity resources, we have how race, ethnicity, culture, and identity impact treatment of trauma. Again, this link will bring you to many resources. Our next one talks about intersectionality in child welfare, more resources that you can have as you continue to dig deeper and work in this work to give you resources and tools. Our next resource, we're looking at race and poverty bias and child welfare system, how those strategies for child welfare practitioners. Another great resource. We're going to move on to more resources, presents tools, guides, and assessments for for you to continue working. Our next resource we're going to look at is shifting the perceptions and treatment for Black, Native, and Latinx youth involved in systems of care. Then we have our next resource, which we look at social work so right with Rachel Cargill, the intersection of white supremacy and social work. There's a lot on that. Now, as we move forward, our next part, what we're going to do is going to take an invitation for reflection. We're going to give you 5 minutes to go ahead and think about, and what Christy plays the music, is what are the most important things you learned today, and what will you do differently as a result of what you've learned today. So take about 5 minutes and begin to write those down individually. Thank you so much. Hello, welcome back, beautiful humans. I don't know about y'all, but I feel that, feel like we went by quickly, or is it me? Kalanda saying yes, yes. Jessica saying yes. Well, as we think about what were some of your reflections. We'd love to hear from you. Oh, we have 21 new messages. Awesome. Okay, let me just take a look at those. Oh, okay. I'm a person of faith as well. I will believe we were all created as unique individuals who are here to contribute the best of who we are to help humankind to grow, love, and sustain each other. There is a saying, not sure who said, you can't say you want peace and you have war in your heart. In other words, saying one thing with your mouth, but believing and living another. Liz sent a link. Thank you for sharing your truth. The FUR tool, learn to pause and breathe. This will help us respond rather than react. Apply reflective listening. I learned today this is ongoing. Luz, Cynthia said, apply reflective listening. Luz said, I learned today this is ongoing. Do differently. Become aware who is in the room. DJ, the slides will be sent to the email one used for the training. If you need them sent to a different email address, please let me know. Cynthia, accept and love all with grace. Barbara, I learned today that this is an ongoing systemic problem that was many years in the making. And it will take time to undo and unlearn past teachings and beliefs. I will be more mindful of who is and who is not in the room and to remove any bias or judgment I may have. Kalanda, I will be more diligent and intentional about asking more questions and reading more and applying more self-care. Sonia, as a white Jewish woman, none of the categories you mentioned, white supremacy, etc., benefit me because in addition to race, there's a prevalent anti-system in our society and in the world. Unless we all join forces against all forms of isms, we won't get as far as we need to get in order to attain a just society. I commit to speaking up, continue advocating for my clients or anyone, including myself, when discriminated against, speaking up against politics that are harming and unjust. I commit to vote. Yes, and I think, Sonia, one of the things we talked about is the elevation of one faith over the other. And okay, be more disruptive, Kalanda said, as it relates to injustice. Thank you so much. And for others, are there others who would like to share what they wrote down on their paper, either through the chat or would like to give voice?
This would come as a shock, but I would like to give voice. This is Tommy speaking. What's resonating with me, Kathleen, as a director of a fatherhood program, I direct a lot of programs. One of them is fatherhood program, that your husband was dismissed as a parent. It was about you. And that resonates with me. It kind of speaks to our system as we know how we feel about our dads, fathers, dads. And the second thing I want to say is I need to sit in all of this. So I can't share my reflections, but I will say that, Kathleen, something that still resonates with me that you said was about, which I knew, the numbers of children in foster care of color. But what's going through my mind is bonding and the manifestation of that lack of bonding in our system. And lastly, I'm very appreciative and blessed that I've shared space with all of you. Thank you. And you, Kathleen, and your co-facilitator, I really appreciate how you coexist and share space. All right.
Thank you so much. Ubuntu to you, Tommy.
Thank you, sister.
Hello. I realize that we have a lot of work to do to give equality to all humans in all groups, especially our children, because the children are our future. That's a song. Lead the way, show them all the beauty they possess inside. Okay. So and I also realized that I did a training in the fall, and it was about secondary traumatic stress, which is real. And everyone in this room needs to take that time to debrief, especially before you go home to your families, to get it out of your systems, because we can't continue to champion for others if we ourselves are weak. So, you know, when you're in your car or, 10 minutes before you leave your job, just get it out, you know, get your cry out, get your, write it down, table it. Do not bring it home, because your families need you. Even if your families are cats and dogs or plants or grandkids or whatever you have at home, do not bring this work home. It is heavy enough at work. Do not bring it home. So we need to, and if you see your coworkers struggling with something, help them. Hug them, help them, do whatever you need to do to reinvigorate them. So that's one of the reasons why I had a 1 today when I started, you know, and then I check in, I was a 5. And hopefully by the time I leave, I'm about an 8 or 9. So I just want everyone here to know that the work you do is important. It's appreciated. I thank you. And we got a lot more stuff to do.
Thank you, Nikita and Kalanda. Yes, the vicarious and secondary trauma, thought about that, is real.
I'd like to share if there's still time. This is Kanisha. Hi, everyone. So I resonated more so with just remembering that I have to continue to advocate and to speak, because I grew up in, I'm from Haitian and Dominican descent. So I grew up with immigrant parents who would pretty much be like, you know, don't rock the boat, don't go against the grain because of fear of repercussions. Like, what's going to happen to you if you say that thing to that person? And so then going into nursing, there was a time with a Black woman, she wasn't really bonding with her newborn. And I came from report, and the nurse before me that was passing on report was like, well, we're thinking that she'll probably have a call to social services. And so I said, well, like, based on our protocol, why do you think that? Like, what's the indication? And she was like, well, she's just not really bonding. So then going in and giving the mother a voice and asking, like, you know, what's going on? Like, she was just worried. Like, we know that postpartum anxiety and all these things are real life, but somehow they don't translate when it comes to women of color. Like, it's not the first thought, like, hey, maybe she's just going through something and needs that extra support. So like, and I was just like, when I left that day, I was like, what if I had not said anything? You know, what would have happened in those cases? So I think it's important to realize when we speak up, we might just be that one person, but like, imagine the people that don't have that person to speak up for them. A lot of people fall through the cracks that way.
Kamisha, I just want to say thank you so much for your comment. I just thought about, there's a lack of humanity when it comes to Black women, and they don't see us as human. We were okay to take care of white children. Our motherhood and our nurturing is good for that. But when it comes to taking care of our own children, we are seen as less than, because we did raise white children. We did nurse white children in the enslavement of this country. When they gave birth, we took care of them. We raised them, we fed them. But then when it comes to our own, we can't be seen as human. So I really appreciate you speaking to that situation. My friend was just in the hospital. She had a baby prematurely. She is a well-known political leader in this community, in the capital region. And someone said they asked her if she smoked crack. But because she's so well connected, she was able to call the mayor and make a lot of things shake at the hospital. But there was an assumption that she smoked crack. So thank you, Kamisha. Monica?
Yeah, I want to add one thing about the racial thing, and it's something which happened, I would say, like in last 10 days at my daughter's school. It's just, I'm sharing an experience. So what happened was, she had a cultural day at school, and the thing was, like, there were I'm Indian, so definitely my daughter is Indian. And there were a couple of girls who were also Indian, and they were wearing an Indian dress because people were supposed, it was a cultural day, so they were wearing some Indian dress and they were dancing Indian dance. And one of the white boy actually from the class or itself commenting something. So my daughter, like, she turned to that boy and she gave such a bad look to him. And then she said, "Hey man, how can you say like that?" Although she never speaks of foreigners, but I don't know. I was really surprised when she told us that this happened. So she said, "This is a cultural thing. You should respect it. And if you cannot, then you should not be commenting on these things. It's a cultural day and everyone has a culture. So respect it, man." And I was really surprised when I was told by her that mom, this happened and how I reacted. So I said, "Manya, her name is Manya. So I said, "Manya, I really respect what you did, but did you really think of before speaking out? So what if it would have been a other place where you would have gotten yourself into trouble?" So she said, "No, mom, whenever there would be something for anyone, I'm going to speak up. If it's a racial issue, I'm not going to stop and no one can stop me. I will stand up for them. I will stand up for myself." Yeah, that's
Good job. Thank you for sharing.
and
You know,
she's an 8th grader, like she's 14 years old. She's not that big also that I expected her to stand up for herself or stand up for other people actually.
Thank you, Monica. Tommy says breastfed them as well. Talk about intimacy. Barbara says shocking, but I'm glad she was able to shake things up. That question was very surprised. I'm surprised someone would ask that. Tell her Nikita said, "You go, girl." Yes, I wanted to add to the Barbara, when you said you were shake things up. When she shook things up to the point where the hospital administration did research and found out disproportionately that Black women were being tested for drugs, but guess who was using the drugs? White women. It is white women who were using the drugs. And because of racism, those white women were not getting the care they needed. So disproportionately, it was white women who was using the drugs, not Black women. Again, how racism hurts.
And to add to that, Kathleen, there's even the studies of how Black women, when they disproportionately like document on Black women's pain, it's because there's that unconscious bias that Black women are drug seeking or that their pain isn't what they're saying it is.
Yes.
I'm just gonna make a comment. This was just so informative and so like eye-opening. I just think we were all called, like we're special. We're all special. We're all called to stand up and fight. You know, this group and others, but just being in this group, I think we were all like kind of had this calling to speak up and fight on behalf of all the injustice, the inequality, disparity that's going on, you know, in people of colors. And you know what, too, we think that Caucasians aren't affected, but they're affected by this too, because it's kind of like their ignorance that is keeping them blinded to this hate and this animosity against different people of different culture. You know, we're on the inside, we're all like spirit beings, I believe, right? And we all are striving for the same thing. We want the same thing for our families. We want love, we want peace, we want our families to have a good life. All of us want that. And just based upon our outer shell and skin color, one feels that they're more dominant than the other. No, we're all striving for the same thing. And we, you know, this group and all of us, we're going to stand up. We're going to fight for those who are not being, you know, treated equally and who are not getting the things that is their right to, which is a decent human life.
And Judith, I think those are profound words that we can absolutely close on. Thank you. A decent human life. I just want to say thank you, muchas gracias, merci beaucoup. It was an honor to share space with all of you. Thank you. Decent human life. Chrissy? Chrissy, were you gonna, I just gave the floor to you. I don't know if you heard me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure. No, I'm just so appreciative of everyone. I was just taking in all of my feelings, the thoughts that were shared, the engagement, the passion that everyone has brought and will continue to bring. I really want to just encourage you to take good care of yourselves and keep doing what you're doing, because you are making a difference. And I am so appreciative of every single one of you. And thank you to Jessica for this opportunity, and to Kathleen, thank you.
Thank you, Jessica and DJ. Jessica?
Yes, and DJ.
I'm sometimes slow to process, and I'm processing in a really great way. So I'd like to thank Kathleen and Chrissy, to folks who are in the audience. In case you missed it, the slides will be sent to the email that you registered with. A lot of people were asking about the slides. If you need to put a different email address, please do so in the chat, and I'll make sure that you get all this wonderful information, including all of those resources. That was a lot of links and resources and reading. And this is just one part in our journey of learning. And I'm very grateful that Chrissy and Kathleen could shepherd us on this chapter of the journey. So thank you very much. And thank you to our partners at NICEPEP for creating this opportunity to bring the information forward.
Hey, folks, I think we would be remiss if we did not give them a round of applause. Right.
Thank you all
Thank you
for being here.
All right, Kathleen, I gotta go eat. Folks, during break, she was tormenting me with telling me what she was eating for her lunch. So I gotta go eat. Peace be with all of you. Stay woke. The revolution starts within each one of us. Be well.
You too, Tommy.
I really enjoyed the training, Miss Kathleen, and it is not easy to keep people engaged for this amount of time virtually, but you did an amazing job and you brought such amazing energy. Like, I was gonna halfway listen, but then like once you came on with the full energy, I'm like, all right, she got me. Thank you so much. Enjoy the
Danny, your name looks familiar to me.
No, I don't think we know each other.
Yeah, small world. I don't know, somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And this concludes the training. So thank you again. Thank you, everyone, for coming here. Thank you for the time.